Chapter 41:18. A core disciple of the heavenly palace, someone exclaimed. Lu Ming and the others couldn't help but look in one direction. Not far away, there were some figures floating in the void. There were a lot more of them, about 50 of them. Among them, the most eye-catching were a dozen young men and women. These young men all had blonde hair. The men were handsome, and the women were beautiful. The most special thing was their temperament. Every one of them had a noble temperament. This temperament was not deliberately displayed, as if it was innate. It was a kind of unique temperament that was high and mighty, looking down on all living things. To be honest, this temperament made Lu Ming feel uncomfortable at first glance. Obviously, these young men and women were all from the heavenly human tribe. The rest of the people came from various tribes, and they were all top-notch geniuses. Lu Ming glanced around and was slightly disappointed when he didn't see Autumn Moon. Finally, his gaze fell on 4 hazy figures. The 4 figures were shrouded in a layer of hazy light. That layer of light was dreamy and illusory. After looking at it for a while, he felt as if he had fallen into a dream. Lu Ming quickly shook his head to wake himself up. What a powerful force! Lu Ming was a little shocked. With his cultivation and eyesight, he couldn't see through that layer of mysterious power. He even almost fell into it. However, Lu Ming could still tell that the 4 figures had slim figures, and they were all young ladies. The other young geniuses' gazes were also mostly attracted by the 4 figures. The power of Damong. They are all disciples of the Lord of Heaven from Damong. Someone exclaimed in a low voice with shock. The Lord of Heaven from Damong. You mean the most powerful Lord of Heaven who is ranked at the top of the Lord of Heaven? Another young man exclaimed. The ones who spoke were basically all sky prides from the top 10 races. This was because they were more knowledgeable. That's right. It's that Lord of Heaven. Even among the 5 heavenly palaces Lord of Heaven, she's ranked at the top. She's extremely terrifying. No one knows how strong she is. We only know that she once made all the living beings in an entire galaxy fall into a dreamland in an instant. Another young man said. The others sucked in a cold breath. In an instant, all the living beings in an entire galaxy had fallen into a dream. What kind of power was this? How many living beings were there in a galaxy? That was completely incalculable. But in an instant, all living creatures fell into a dreamland. Just how powerful was that? It was simply inconceivable. Even Lu Ming secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. When he had obtained the Gale Pearl, he had seen the owner of the Gale Pearl destroy a galaxy with a gale. However, destroying a galaxy was definitely easier than making all the living beings in an entire galaxy fall into a dreamland in an instant. In fact, it was much easier. Obviously, the Lord of Heaven from Damning Dream was much stronger than the owner of the Gale Pearl. It said that the Lord of Heaven from Damning Dream doesn't accept disciples easily. Even if she does, she only accepts female disciples. I didn't expect that the Lord of Heaven from Damning Dream would have 4 young disciples at once. This is extremely rare. I've also heard that the Lord of Heaven from Damning Dream is a peerless beauty in the world, and her disciples are also the same. I really want to see the real faces of these 3 people. Some people talked secretly, but they didn't dare to speak too loudly. Is the mid-autumn moon in there? Lu Ming kept thinking and looking carefully in his mind, trying to figure out something from it. However, the layer of Damning Dream's power was very mysterious. He couldn't see through it at all. This made Lu Ming a little anxious. He was now in his current body, a forbidden body. His life origin aura had changed. Even if he stood in front of the autumn moon wouldn't be able to recognize him. If he wanted to confirm the existence of the mid-autumn moon, he had to take the initiative. However, now wasn't the time. There were big shots from the heavenly palace here. He didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. Now, he could only bide his time and wait until he entered the core world left behind by the archaic divine court. Soon, 3 days had passed. At this time, the figures who were breaking the formation shouted at the same time. A terrifying aura spread out. Several big shots from the heavenly palace made their moves at the same time. Buzz! The ball made of intertwined runes vibrated violently. Then, a passage appeared in one of the places. Now, go in quickly. Remember, you only have 3 years in there. After 3 years, we will pull you out by force," one of the big shots shouted. "Let's go." A dozen young men and women from the heavenly human tribe were the fastest. Their bodies flashed, and they rushed toward the passage. Following closely behind were the core disciples of the big shots from the heavenly palace. "Let's go too." Lu Ming and the other 39 first-class heavenly soldiers also moved and rushed toward the passage. As soon as they rushed into the passage, they felt the world spin. In the next moment, Lu Ming found that he had landed on a flat ground. Those who had rushed in before were all here. They didn't disperse. The aura of this world is indeed different from the outside world. Lu Ming sensed a little and felt that because this place was isolated from the outside world, it was naturally different from the primitive universe. "Now let's go. This time, all of you listen to my command. Remember, my name is Yiyu." At this time, a calm voice sounded. It was full of unquestionable meaning. Everyone couldn't help but look over. The one who spoke was a young man from the heavenly human tribe. He was tall and handsome with an unparalleled temperament. His golden hair danced like golden flames. The other heavenly human tribe members vaguely regarded Yiyu as their leader. The core disciples of the big shots from the heavenly palace looked calm and didn't say anything. They remained silent. However, the first-class heavenly soldiers who were with Lu Ming felt a little uncomfortable. They were without a doubt the top geniuses in their respective tribes. Even in the entire primitive universe, they were top geniuses and were famous in the starry sky. Naturally, they were proud and arrogant. But now, Yi was commanding them in such a high and mighty tone. Naturally, they felt a little uncomfortable. However, no one dared to object. Yi was from the heavenly human tribe. The true ruler of the universe was the heavenly human tribe. Yi seemed to know that no one dared to object. After saying that, he turned around and led the heavenly human tribe members in a direction. Everyone followed. At this time, Lu Ming sped up and came to the side of the 4 women who were shrouded in the dream power. "Hello, ladies. I'm Mu Yun." Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Everyone couldn't help but look at Lu Ming. This kid wants to hit on them. He's overestimating himself. The disciples of the Lord of Heaven and the dream power all have very high standards. Suddenly, some people whispered and laughed. Chapter 41:19. In everyone's eyes, Lu Ming was trying to strike up a conversation with the 4 disciples of the Lord of Heaven, a toad wanting to eat swan meat. The 4 disciples of the dream, heavenly Lord, stopped in their tracks. One could see that 4 pairs of eyes were looking at Lu Ming with indifference. "For girls, I want to block your beautiful faces first. I wonder if it's possible." Lu Ming cupped his fists again. He wanted to confirm whether there was the mid-autumn moon in it. That big dream power not only blocked the appearance of the 4 people, but also blocked their life aura. Lu Ming couldn't judge by their life aura even if he wanted to. Therefore, only by letting them withdraw their big dream power could he make a judgment. As soon as these words came out, the 4 pairs of beautiful eyes immediately burst out with cold chi. At the same time, the faces of the other core disciples of the heavenly palace on the side also darkened. The faces of the dozen or so young men of the heavenly human clan were even gloomier. The other 39 first-class heavenly soldiers also showed a strange look. Lu Ming's words were a bit abrupt. "Boy, who do you think you are? Are the 4 goddesses someone you can meet whenever you want? You dare to speak rudely to the 4 goddesses. Now I'll give you a chance to admit your mistake to the 4 goddesses face to face." On the side, a young man shouted coldly, his body full of holy light. This was a heaven's pride of the angel clan, who was accepted as a core disciple by the Lord of Heaven of the heavenly palace. He was very talented and was known as a genius with a better future than Gabbert. However, Lu Ming merely glanced at him casually and ignored him. He continued to look at the 4 goddesses and insisted, "For ladies, please withdraw your big dream power and let me take a look at your beautiful faces. You're courting death." The heaven's pride of the angel clan shouted. He took a step forward and rushed towards Lu Ming like a flash of lightning. The moment he attacked, an angelic sword had already condensed and chopped towards Lu Ming's head. The sword chi whistled, extremely terrifying, and its power was astonishing. Ninth Godly Emperor Layer. As soon as the other party attacked, Lu Ming could tell that his cultivation level was at the 9th level of the Divine Emperor realm. However, his combat strength was extremely powerful, far above that of the 9th level of the Divine Emperor realm. Boom! Lu Ming's expression was calm as a black demonic sword appeared in his hand. Great Devil Sword Art. Clang! One black and one white. The two sword lights met in the air, erupting with a shocking boom. Then, a figure shook violently and took 3 steps back. It was that prodigy from the angel race. So it turned out that he could only fight those 4 levels above him. He wasn't that strong after all, Lu Ming muttered in his heart. Fighting across 4 levels was the talent of an ordinary candidate on the Universe Prodigy list. Lu Ming had thought that the core disciples of the big shots in the Heavenly Palace would be very powerful. If others knew what Lu Ming was thinking, they would probably be speechless. How many candidates of the Universe Genius list were there in the entire universe? In the entire universe, there were very few of them, as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Talents stronger than this, such as Ling Yue, the Battle God, and Yuan Wan, were even rarer. Even the disciples of the big shots in the Heavenly Palace couldn't be that strong. In fact, even the core disciples of the big shots in the Heavenly Palace couldn't all be as talented as the candidates of the Universe Genius list. Many of them were slightly weaker. In the Godly Emperor layer, those who could fight those 4 levels above them were actually the best among the core disciples of the Heavenly Palace. However, Lu Ming himself was too abnormal, and most of the opponents he met were also abnormal. Naturally, he set his sights on them. Another point was that there were rumors about how powerful the core disciples of the Heavenly Palace were, which made him think highly of the core disciples of the Heavenly Palace. He thought that they were all like Yuan Wan, the Battle God. At this moment, many people's eyes narrowed, and they were shocked. Even the dozen young men and women of the Heavenly Human Clan were the same. They could clearly sense Lu Ming's cultivation level. Lu Ming's cultivation level was only at the 7th Godly Emperor layer, but he had defeated an angel of the 9th Godly Emperor layer in one move. What did that mean? Even though the angel race's prodigy hadn't used his full strength in that move, it was still terrifying enough. At this moment, everyone had a whole new level of respect for Lu Ming. However, the angel's face was flushed with anger. "Little boy, I want you to die," shouted the angel furiously. 12 pairs of wings stretched out from his back. Holy light dashed to the sky. He looked like the Angel King. 12 battle swords condensed from holy light appeared around him. "Die!" With a loud bellow, the 12 celestial swords enlarged rapidly and transformed into 12 gigantic combat swords. They took turns slashing violently toward Lu Ming. At this moment, the angered prodigy of the angel race really used his full strength and raised his battle prowess to the peak. However, even at its peak, it could only fight someone who was 4 levels above it. Lu Ming used the Great Divine Wind technique and the Great Fragmentation technique. His palm was like a blade as he chopped out. Instantly, the void shattered, turning into a destructive wave that blasted towards the angel race's genius. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, a series of explosions rang out. Powerful chi soared into the sky as the two sides clashed. However, the confrontation only lasted for a few breaths before the holy light was suppressed by Lu Ming. It trembled continuously before exploding with loud booms. The voice of the angel continued to retreat rapidly. At this moment, many people really sucked in cold breaths of air, feeling extremely shocked. Even after the angel race prodigy used his full strength, he still wasn't a match for Lu Ming. This was too terrifying. No wonder Lu Ming, who only had the strength of the 7th Godly Emperor layer, had been invited to the core of the ancient divine court. He was qualified. That angel race prodigy had gone mad. He raised his head and let out a long howl. His hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. "Little boy, you're dead." The angel race's genius roared. A terrifying fluctuation spread out from his forehead. Then, An angel battle sword flew out. A great weapon of mass destruction. That was the angel race's great weapon of mass destruction. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. He wanted to use his great weapon to kill Lu Ming. You think you're the only one who has a great weapon of mass destruction? Lu Ming smiled coldly and took out the Zephyr Pearl. He was about to draw out the strong wind inside. All right, that's enough. At that moment, a dignified voice sounded. It was the leader of the heavenly human clan, Yiyu. As soon as Yiyu spoke, the angel race's genius didn't dare act rashly. He withdrew his chi and looked at Yiyu, saying, Prince Yiyu, this person is reckless and arrogant. He has no respect for anyone. He has offended his superiors. He must be severely punished. I understand, said Yiyu indifferently. Then he looked at Lu Ming and said, What's your name? Mu Yun, replied Lu Ming truthfully. Mu Yun, right? Very good. You're talented, but first, you offended the 4 disciples of the great dream Lord of Heaven. Then you attacked Jia Luo. Now apologize to them. I can make the decision. After you apologize, this matter will be over, said Yiyu. Chapter 41:20. Yiyu ordered Lu Ming to apologize in a condescending manner. There was indeed such a rule in the Heavenly Palace. The core disciples of the Heavenly Palace's big shots had a higher status than the Heavenly Soldiers. In the past, even first-class Heavenly Soldiers were not qualified to come into contact with these core disciples. It was only during this special mission that Lu Ming and the others came into contact with these core disciples. Attacking a core disciple was indeed an offense. However, how could Lu Ming apologize to him? It was completely impossible. This guy attacked me first. Can I fight back? Also, I'm just curious about their appearance. I didn't mean to offend you, and there's no taboo, right? Lu Ming said. Facing Yiyu, Lu Ming also had an indifferent attitude. When other people faced Yiyu, they were more or less in fear and trepidation. They were even respectful and reverent. However, Lu Ming naturally did not have such an attitude. Yiyu frowned, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Lu Ming's attitude made him extremely unhappy. He was already used to people being in fear and trepidation in front of him and being inferior to him. As for Lu Ming, he was as arrogant as him. What right did he have? Who was he? He was from the heavenly human tribe. What was Lu Ming? He was just from the human tribe. Even the top 10 tribes were ants in front of the heavenly human tribe. No matter how talented Lu Ming was, he was still a despicable ant. How could he compare to the heavenly human tribe? How dare you speak to young Master Yiyu with such an attitude? Kneel down and admit your mistake. Before Yiyu could speak, another heavenly human tribewoman shouted. Lu Ming frowned. To be honest, from the beginning when he saw these heavenly human tribe people, their condescending attitude made him quite unhappy. At this moment, their attitude was even more obvious, making Lu Ming even more uncomfortable. Everyone is equal. What's wrong with my words? Lu Ming said indifferently. Everyone is equal? Ha ha ha, ridiculous. Our celestial race is the ruler of the universe. So who can be equal to us? Your way of thinking is already treacherous and should be beheaded. The woman from the heavenly human tribe shouted coldly. Her golden hair danced in the wind. A golden energy emanated from her body and enveloped her. This energy, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He discovered that the energy used by the heavenly human woman was completely different from the energy used by the other races in the primitive universe. It was not a type of divine power, but a completely new type of energy. However, this kind of energy gave Lu Ming a very terrifying feeling. Lu Ming involuntarily assumed a defensive posture. The Gale Pearl in his hand spun rapidly, ready to draw out the power of the Gale at any time. Done. At that moment, Yiyu spoke again. She waved her hand and stopped the heavenly human woman. The heavenly human woman seemed to be afraid of Yiyu. She immediately retracted her aura. Yiyu looked at Lu Ming and her expression returned to normal. You're very brave. She's never been small. Lu Ming said. Is that so? Yiyu smiled and said, I won't make things difficult for you. However, this team can no longer accommodate you. You can go. You'll be on your own for this mission. Young Master Yiyu. The heavenly human woman wanted to say something, but was stopped by a look from Yiyu. Lu Ming was also a little surprised. He did not expect her to let him go. He thought that he would have to go through a big battle. Lu Ming looked at the four figures shrouded in the power of dreams. He was still unwilling to give up. He wondered if Autumn Moon was among them. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Ladies, I'd like to inquire about a place. I wonder if you've heard of the Divine Wilderness? Lu Ming wanted to test them with words. As he spoke, Lu Ming stared at the four women's reactions. The Divine Wilderness was, of course, the Divine Wilderness continent. The Divine Wilderness continent was just an inconspicuous continent in the Yuan realm. It was impossible for anyone present to have heard of it. The only one who had heard of it was Autumn Moon. If Autumn Moon was really among the four, she would definitely have a reaction after hearing what he said. Unfortunately, Lu Ming was disappointed. The four women did not have any reaction. I don't know. One of the women shook her head. Her voice was very pleasant, but Lu Ming could tell that it was definitely not Autumn Moon's voice. The other three did not speak and only shook their heads slightly. Lu Ming was a little disappointed. Could it be that Autumn Moon was not among the four? Mu Yun, young master, Yi has already given you a way out. Why aren't you scramming? Do you want to die? The heavenly human woman shouted coldly. Lu Ming glanced at her indifferently, then turned around and left very decisively. He guessed that Autumn Moon was not among the four. Otherwise, they would have some reaction when they heard the words Divine Wilderness. Lu Ming was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. Young Master Yiyu, why did you let Mu Yin go? This person is arrogant just because he has some talent. I don't think we should let him go. The heavenly human woman said to Yiyu. There's no hurry. Yiyu smiled and said, Mu Yin is very talented. He is definitely extremely rare among the major races in the primitive universe. If I can subdue him, it will be of great help to my position in the heavenly palace in the future. Oh, the princess wants to subdue Mu Yin. I see. The other heavenly human people nodded. That's right. Let him go first, and let him suffer a little to wear down his spirit. When the time comes, I will subdue him. Yi said. The competition in the heavenly palace was also very fierce. Although the heavenly palace was completely dominated by the heavenly human tribe, there were many important people who were also from the primitive universe. Some of them were extremely powerful and had a high position in the heavenly palace. These people often assisted the heavenly human tribe to gain power in the heavenly palace. Yi naturally wanted to subdue some experts for his own use. If he could subdue a genius like Lu Ming and grow with him, he would definitely grow into a terrifying expert in the future. It would also be of great help to his position in the heavenly palace. With this in mind, he did not attack Lu Ming on the spot. Instead, he let Lu Ming go. If it were not for this, he would not have let Lu Ming go. He would have killed him on the spot. Let's go and find the Archean secret skill. Yiyu said and stepped forward. The others followed. Lu Ming's body was like lightning. Soon, he was tens of thousands of miles away. Acting alone is exactly what I want. Lu Ming was relieved. He was eager to act alone. Even if he found the Archean secret skill with those people from the heavenly human tribe, it would not be his turn. He doubted it. Even if the other party did not let him go, he would find a reason to leave. Now was the perfect time. Chapter 41:21. If he acted alone, the treasures and secret techniques he obtained would belong to him. If he acted with the heavenly human tribe or the core disciples of the heavenly palace, he probably wouldn't have a chance to obtain the treasures and secret techniques. With the other party's domineering personality, it was very likely. According to the information, there are many ancient ruins in the core world of the ancient divine court. Many of the secret techniques are left in these ancient ruins, in the form of jade talismans or carved on some ancient stone tablets. Lu Ming recalled the information he read from the experts of the heavenly palace. If he wanted to find secret techniques, he would have to look for them in these ancient ruins. However, these ancient ruins were dangerous. There were some formations and traps, so it wouldn't be easy to obtain them. While thinking, he flew and searched for the ancient ruins. This world was very big. This could be seen from the secret technique runes outside. The runes with the 3,000 ancient secret techniques as the core were each as big as a planet. With so many secret technique runes covering this world, it was obvious how vast this world was. Lu Ming flew for 3 days in a row, but he didn't encounter any creatures of this world. On the 4th day, Lu Ming finally saw a city. Looking from afar, all kinds of creatures went in and out of the city. It was very lively. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. After thinking for a while, he retreated. The creatures of this world hated the people of the Celestial Palace because the Celestial Palace had destroyed the archaic Divine Court. If he was discovered, there would definitely be a great battle. It would be troublesome. It was better not to contact the people of this world. Lu Ming went around the city and continued to search for the ruins. Without a target, searching blindly was no doubt very slow. After a month, Lu Ming finally found a place suspected to be a ruin. In the middle of the mountain, there was a valley. In the valley, there were many buildings. These buildings were very old. Most of them had collapsed, and only the ruins could be seen. It was obvious that this was an ancient ruin. Lu Ming was elated. After searching for such a long time, he finally found a legacy site. He wondered what kind of rewards he would reap. Lu Ming was full of anticipation. He landed and started to search slowly. However, it seemed that too much time had passed. Everything had decayed. Lu Ming looked around, but found nothing. Some metals seemed to be intact, but when he reached out and touched them, they immediately turned to ashes. Some jade tablets and talismans were the same. Finally, Lu Ming came to the depths of the ruin and saw several huge stone tablets standing on the ground. Each of them was 100 feet tall. Lu Ming was delighted because he felt a trace of spirituality from these stone tablets. This meant that they hadn't decayed yet. This also proved that these stone tablets were extraordinary. According to clues, many secret techniques, even ancient secret techniques, were carved on these stone tablets. Back then, the Grand Ancient Divine Court had carved these secret techniques on stone tablets so that their disciples could study and cultivate them at any time. Lu Ming hurried over. However, his face sank right away. The stone tablets were full of carvings. They seemed to have been left behind by various attacks. They were messy and densely packed. The stone tablets were destroyed beyond recognition. Lu Ming observed carefully and concluded that the stone tablets should have some content. Now that they were destroyed, the content on the stone tablets could no longer be recognized. There are secret techniques on the stone tablets, but they were destroyed. Who did this? Lu Ming frowned. His face was a little ugly. Judging from the traces of destruction, it was very old. Many years had passed. It shouldn't be someone from the Heavenly Palace who came in this time. Lu Ming pondered and came to 2 conclusions. The first was that 500 years ago, someone from the Heavenly Palace found this place and recorded the secret techniques on the stone tablets. Then, they erased the secret techniques on the stone tablets. The second was that the creatures of this world had erased the secret techniques here. Either way, Lu Ming found nothing. Lu Ming looked around carefully again. After confirming that he didn't find anything, he walked out in disappointment. It seemed that it would be difficult to get a big harvest this time. Lu Ming was hoping to find hundreds or thousands of ancient secret techniques. Then he would be rich. Now, it seemed that he was overthinking. It wouldn't be that easy. After all, too many years had passed. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His eyes were like lightning as he looked ahead. In front of him, there was a group of creatures in human form. They were flying toward him quickly. With just a glance, Lu Ming knew that these people were from this world. Lu Ming turned around and left without thinking. The people of this world were hostile to the people of the Heavenly Palace. So many years had passed. Who knew what kind of experts there were? Lu Ming didn't want to be entangled. Unfortunately, it was too late. The other party had already seen Lu Ming. As soon as Lu Ming ran, the other party quickly chased after Lu Ming. Sure enough, Lu Ming frowned. He increased his speed and flew at high speed. But the other party also sped up and chased after him. Lu Ming's face darkened. "Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Lu Ming said in his heart. His body suddenly stopped. Then, instead of advancing, he retreated. He activated the battle formula to increase his combat strength by 6 times. His body was covered in dazzling light as he punched out continuously. Boom, boom, boom. Streaks of terrifying fist energy pierced through the void and blasted towards those living beings. Given Lu Ming's current cultivation level, his prowess was simply too shocking and terrifying. The expressions of the living beings in this world changed drastically. "Be careful! Hide behind me!" one of the white-haired old men roared. His originally withered body quickly changed into a huge white ape. He waved his hands and held up a light screen, protecting him and the other creatures in the middle. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded. Lu Ming's fist energy bombarded the light screen held up by the white ape. The light screen kept shaking, and the white ape's body was also greatly shaken. He took a few steps back, but in the end, he managed to block Lu Ming's fist energy. Divine Emperor, Level 1 Divine Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes flickered slightly. As soon as the white ape attacked, Lu Ming sensed that the other party was very powerful. He was in the Divine Emperor realm. If he was not in the Divine Emperor realm, he would definitely not be able to block Lu Ming's attack. However, the other party seemed to be having a hard time blocking it. Looks like the Divine Emperor realm is similar to the ones recorded in the books in the Heavenly Palace. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. According to the information he had read, the Divine Emperor realm was much stronger than the Divine Emperor realm. Ordinary Divine Emperors would not be able to resist the Divine Emperor realm. They would only be killed instantly. Even some talented geniuses would find it difficult to fight against those who were in a higher realm. Only the most monstrous geniuses of the Divine Emperor realm could surpass the gap between their realms. For example, those who could fight against those who were in the Divine Emperor realm. Chapter 41:22. Only the strongest cultivators of the godly Emperor layer who could fight against cultivators who were 4 levels stronger than them could fight against ordinary cultivators of the first great supreme god layer when they had the strength of the top of the 9th godly emperor layer. They couldn't defeat cultivators of the great supreme god layer. They could only resist them. They couldn't defeat cultivators of the great supreme god layer. That showed how big the gap was. In the godly emperor layer, a difference of 1 level was enough to kill a cultivator of the top of the 9th godly emperor layer. The gap between a great supreme god and a cultivator of the top of the 9th godly emperor layer was 4 whole levels. 4 divine emperors. One could imagine how big the gap between them was. That was why ordinary cultivators of the top of the 9th godly emperor layer were like babies when facing great supreme gods. They couldn't fight back at all. That was also why the candidates of the Universe Young Geniuses list were all monstrous cultivators who could fight against cultivators who were 4 levels stronger than them. The candidates of the Universe Young Geniuses list could fight against ordinary great supreme gods when they had the strength of the top of the 9th godly emperor layer. That wasn't the case for great weapons. If those geniuses used great weapons, their fighting strength would be even more terrifying. Therefore, when Xue Tsangming from the Blood Clan participated in the Celestial Soldier exam, people thought he should have gone to the 3rd area instead of the 2nd area. Xue Tsangming was one of the candidates of the Universe Young Geniuses list. He had the strength of the 7th Godly Emperor layer. He couldn't fight against great supreme gods on his own, but if he used great weapons, he could fight against great supreme gods. However, when Lu Ming was at the 7th level of the Divine Emperor realm, he was able to compete with an ordinary emperor god with his own combat power. He was able to gain a slight upper hand. "You're so strong." After the giant white ape retreated, it widened its eyes and stared at Lu Ming in deep shock. A cultivator of the 7th godly emperor layer had managed to push him back. That was terrifying. He had never seen or even heard of someone like that. He had never seen someone like that in the ancient world. "Die!" shouted Lu Ming icily. His eyes were filled with murder. It was just an ordinary god emperor. Lu Ming was completely capable of dealing with it. If he used a great killing weapon, it wouldn't be difficult to kill it. Lu Ming had spent 100 years in the Dark Universe. He had turned what he had gained into strength. His fighting strength had skyrocketed. Unknowingly, Ordinary cultivators of the first great supreme god layer were nothing in his eyes anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, the Gale Pearl appeared in his hand. He was ready to draw out the power inside and kill all of them. Wait a minute, we mean no harm. The white ape roared. Yes, yes, yes. We have no ill intentions. Don't misunderstand. Behind the white ape, a young woman cried out. No malice? Then why did you chase me just now? Lu Ming said. He did not attack immediately. To be honest, he did not sense any killing intent from the other party. Ever since the other party had chased after him, he hadn't felt any killing intent from the other party. This was also the reason why Lu Ming did not continue to attack. Young friend, it's a misunderstanding. You ran away as soon as you saw us. We thought that something had happened to you, so we subconsciously chased after you, the white ape said. Yes, we chased you because we wanted to ask you why you ran away as soon as you saw us. Wait, your aura. As the young woman spoke, her eyes suddenly widened. She seemed to be very curious as she stared at Lu Ming. Your aura? You're not a creature from the great ancient world, the young woman cried out in surprise. Her eyes widened as she stared at Lu Ming curiously. In an instant, Lu Ming's body emitted an extremely cold, killing intent. It seemed that the other party had seen through his identity. Their next step was probably to attack him. He was not the kind of person who would sit and wait for death. He planned to take the initiative to attack. Wait a minute, we mean no harm to you. Sensing Lu Ming's murderous intent, the giant white ape yelled again. Huh? Lu Ming would not believe it. The information given by the Heavenly Palace was very detailed. The creatures of this world hated the Heavenly Palace because the Heavenly Palace had destroyed the archaic Divine Court. 500 stellar years ago, the creatures of this world would kill anyone from the Heavenly Palace as soon as they saw them. How could they not mean any harm? Whoosh! Lu Ming drew out a gust of strong wind from the Gale Pearl. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, the strong wind he drew out from the Gale Pearl was many times more powerful than before. The strong wind whistled and the void turned into chaos. The scene was extremely terrifying. The faces of the beings from the archaic world turned extremely ugly. Back off! The giant white ape roared. His expression was solemn because he could feel how terrifying the attack was. It could even threaten his life. He roared, erupting with all of his strength. He opened his mouth and roared. A shield flew out from his mouth. It was incomparably huge, blocking in front of him. At the same time, he pushed out his hands, and a light shield appeared in front of him. When he set up the shield, the strong wind had already swept over. Boom, boom, boom. Two terrifying explosions sounded. The white ape's body shook violently and flew back. He fell heavily on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. After Lu Ming used the Gale Pearl, his strength had completely surpassed him. He was injured in one move. No, I can swear on my life, Origin, that we mean you no harm. The young woman's face turned pale, but she still stubbornly stepped forward and stared at Lu Ming. Oh, Lu Ming did not continue to attack. He stopped and said, Okay, swear on your life, Origin. Lu Ming was not a bloodthirsty person. If the other party meant no harm, he would not kill the innocent. If they dared to swear on their life, Origin, it meant that they really meant no harm. Of course, if they did not dare, he would immediately attack without any mercy. I swear. I can also swear. The creatures of the great ancient world did not hesitate. They all swore on their life, Origin, that they meant no harm to Lu Ming. If they lied, their life, Origin, would be destroyed immediately. Even the giant white ape swore an oath. They really swore. Lu Ming was puzzled. These people knew that he was from the outside world and meant no harm to him. It did not match the information given to them by the Heavenly Palace. However, if they could swear on their life, Origin, they would not be wrong. Lu Ming put away the Gale Pearl and withdrew his energy. There was another reason why he did not kill these people. It was too slow for him to find the relics here alone. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, with the help of the people of this world, things would be much easier. Chapter 41-23. Seeing Lu Ming restrain his killing intent and aura, the giant white ape, the young woman, and the others secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Ming had given them too much pressure just now. However, right away, the young lady blinked her eyes and sized Lu Ming up curiously. It was as if she was sizing up a rare treasure. After a while, she cautiously and softly said, "Are you really from the outside world?" At the same time, the others also looked at Lu Ming curiously. "Yes, I'm not from this world." After a pause, Lu Ming said again, "Since you know I'm not from this world, you don't want to kill me? You don't want to kill me?" Lu Ming asked the question that had been on his mind, because this did not match the information given by the Heavenly Palace. "Why would we want to kill you?" The young woman blinked and was even more confused than Lu Ming. The giant white ape pondered for a while and said, "According to the old legends, the ancestors of the archaic world and the outside world were irreconcilable enemies. The ancestors of the archaic world were all killed by creatures from the outside world. But that's just a legend, and we don't know if it's true or not. How could there be any hatred?" Lu Ming understood. Too much time had passed, a whole 500 stellar years. What did 500 stellar years mean? It was equivalent to a star going from birth to destruction 500 times. It was too long. After such a long time, everything had faded away, including the hatred between the Heavenly Palace and the archaic shrine. After such a long time, the archaic world had been passed down from generation to generation. They had long forgotten the hatred between the Heavenly Palace and the archaic shrine. Many people had not even heard of the hatred between the Heavenly Palace and the archaic shrine. Even if they had heard of it, they only treated it as a legend. Lu Ming knew that he was overthinking. It seemed that even if the creatures of the archaic world knew that they came from the outside world, they were just curious and did not hate them. Understanding this, Lu Ming lowered his guard a little. "My name is Xianxia. What's your name?" At this time, the young woman became even bolder. She quietly walked up to Lu Ming and asked, "Mu Yun." Lu Ming said, "Mu Yun, how did you get in?" Legend has it that people from the outside world had only entered our world a very long time ago. I originally thought that it was just a legend. I didn't expect that there really was another world outside of our world. Xianxia felt that Lu Ming didn't have any killing intent, so he became even bolder. It was as if he had opened up a chatterbox, chattering away and asking several questions in a row. "Miss?" The giant white ape was worried that Lu Ming would turn hostile and attack him. Although he was a celestial Arch and Lu Ming was only a celestial emperor, he still trembled with fear in front of a celestial emperor like Lu Ming. He didn't dare to lower his guard. "I came here because I have a mission. I want to find some ancient ruins here. Can you take me there? I can give you a reward." Lu Ming stated his purpose of coming here. "Looking for ancient ruins? No wonder you were there before. Leave it to me. I know many ancient ruins, but they might not have what you're looking for." Xianxia said, "That's not a problem. Just take me there." Lu Ming said. They immediately set off. Xianxia, the giant white ape, and the others led Lu Ming to the next ancient ruin. "Miss, is it okay for us to bring him along like this? After all, he's from the outside world. What if he has any ill intentions?" The giant white ape secretly transmitted his voice to Xianxia. "Don't worry, Uncle Yuan. I can feel that Mu Yun has no ill intentions towards us. He attacked us out of self-defense. Don't worry. I'm curious about what the outside world is like. I can ask him about it." Xianxia replied telepathically. The giant white ape sighed inwardly. He knew Xianxiao's temper well. Once she made up her mind, it was hard to change it. He could only follow Xianxia closely. If Lu Ming had any ill intentions, he would fight Lu Ming with his life. Xianxia secretly chatted with the giant white ape for a while, then looked at Lu Ming and chatted with Lu Ming. She asked about the outside world. Lu Ming gave a brief introduction. Even if it was just a casual introduction, Xianxia, the giant white ape, and the others were dumbfounded. The ancientness and vastness of the primitive universe made Xianxia and the others yearn for it. "I didn't expect the outside world to be so vast. But why is it that no one from the ancient world has ever been able to leave?" Even a most powerful great emperor can't break through the world barrier. Is it because our world is too inferior? Xianxia muttered to herself, unable to hide the loneliness in her voice. She wanted to go out and see the outside world. Unfortunately, the people of their world couldn't leave at all. Great Emperor? Should be the Great Emperor? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Then, he chatted with Xianxia. It was different with someone leading the way. Soon, they arrived at another relic. This relic was hidden underground. They entered without any hindrance. This made Lu Ming even more confused. According to the information given by the Heavenly Palace, these relics were filled with all kinds of formations and traps. It was very dangerous. Before they entered, the bigwigs of the Heavenly Palace had warned them to be careful. But now, Lu Ming had found 2 relic sites in a row without any hindrance. They didn't encounter any danger, nor did they see any formations or traps. It was very safe. However, just like the last relic, they didn't find anything after searching around. These relic sites are too old. Even if there was anything in them, it has been taken away or rotted away. There's nothing left. Xianxia said. Lu Ming was silent. He kept going deeper into the relic. In the depths of the relic, they found a secret chamber. It's like this again. The 4 walls of the secret chamber were full of scratches. It could be seen that there should have been something on the stone wall. There should have been some patterns or writings inscribed on it. However, all of them were destroyed. It was impossible to distinguish the original content of the stone wall. Lu Ming's face darkened. In 2 consecutive relic sites, he found stone tablets or walls that were suspected to have been inscribed with secret techniques. However, they were all destroyed and were a mess. There should be some writing on the stone wall. Why is it destroyed? Do you know who sabotaged this? Is it someone from the great ancient world? Lu Ming asked Xianxia and the others. I'm not sure. Xianxia shook her head and said, in fact, it's not just here. Almost all the relics that are suspected to have been inscribed with patterns or writings have been destroyed. All the relics? Lu Ming was shocked. Chapter 41-24. Lu Ming was really shocked. According to Xianxia, all the relics that seemed to contain occult skills had been destroyed. Didn't that mean that their trip to the archaic world this time was in vain? They wouldn't be able to get anything? This situation was very different from the information given by the Heavenly Palace. Lu Ming knew that the Heavenly Palace sent people here 500 stellar years ago, but 500 stellar years had passed in the archaic world. After 500 stellar years of evolution, many things had changed greatly. It seemed that the information given by the Heavenly Palace was useless. They had to make new judgments based on the information they had now. Can you take me to the next relic? I want to take a look. Lu Ming said. Of course. Xianxia agreed readily. She couldn't wait to be with Lu Ming. Not for anything else, but mainly because she could learn more about the outside world by being with Lu Ming. Even if she couldn't go out, she could at least listen. In the next 10 days, they went to 2 ancient relics in a row. These 2 relics had places that seemed to contain occult skills, but they were all destroyed. They couldn't see the contents at all. Who was the one who destroyed the contents of the book? Was it someone from the archaic world? Lu Ming couldn't help but ask again. I don't think so. It said that the contents were destroyed a long time ago. However, some people speculate that the contents on these stone tablets and stone walls are witchcraft. They were destroyed by the people of the Sorcerer God Temple, Xianxia said. But before Xianxia finished, the expressions of the white ape and the others changed drastically. Miss, please be careful with your words. The white ape said hurriedly. Its eyes darted around, looking very nervous. Witchcraft? The Sorcerer God Temple? Lu Ming was even more confused. These 2 words were not mentioned in the information given by the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace shouldn't have hidden anything from them, because it wouldn't benefit the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace's purpose in sending them to the archaic world was to search for occult skills. The more occult skills they found, the better it would be for the Heavenly Palace. Therefore, the Heavenly Palace wouldn't hide it from them. Since the Heavenly Palace wouldn't hide it from them, it meant that 500 stellar years ago, witchcraft and the Sorcerer God Temple didn't exist in the archaic world. This was a new development. War witchcraft and the sorcerer god temple? Asked Lu Ming. Well, the giant white ape and the others hesitated. They seemed to be very afraid and did not dare to say anything. Don't worry, I'll just to find out, Lu Ming said. Don't worry, I'll just to give you an introduction. Xianxia was very brave. After telling the heavenly palaces to the heavenly palace, he began to explain. Witchcraft is the attack, defense, speed, and so on that we practice. Legend has it that in ancient times, there were a lot of witchcraft in these ruins. Unfortunately, they were all wiped out. Now, if anyone wants to practice witchcraft, they can only learn it from the sorcerer god temple. Xianxia explained. Witchcraft? Is this a cult skill? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. You used witchcraft when you fought with me? Asked Lu Ming. Yes, what about it? Said Xianxia. Lu Ming was sure that the witchcraft Xianxia was talking about was a cult skill, because what they used before was a cult skill. What's with the sorcerer god temple? Asked Lu Ming again. The sorcerer god temple is the sorcerer god temple. Anyway, the archaic world is ruled by 2 sorcerer god temples. The sorcerer god temple controls all witchcraft. If anyone wants to practice witchcraft, they can only get it from the sorcerer god temple. Said Xianxia. The sorcerer god temple. Could it be that the occult skills in these ruins were all destroyed by the sorcerer god temple? Lu Ming came to this conclusion. At first, he thought that these occult skills were destroyed by the people from the Heavenly Palace 500 years ago. He thought that the people from the Heavenly Palace had recorded them and then destroyed the occult skills to prevent others from knowing about them. However, he later refuted this speculation because Xianxia said that all the occult skills in the ruins were destroyed. The Heavenly Palace clearly did not get all the occult skills back then. They only got a part of it. Otherwise, they would not have sent them here. Therefore, it was obvious that it was not the people from the Heavenly Palace who destroyed them. There was only one possibility, the Sorcerer God Temple. The Sorcerer God Temple destroyed all the occult skills in the ruins and then controlled all the occult skills. Controlling all the occult skills meant that they controlled the entire archaic world. If anyone wanted to practice the occult skills, they would have to get them from the Sorcerer God Temple. It seems that I have to get the occult skills from the Sorcerer God Temple if I want to get them. Lu Ming thought to himself. He then asked Xianxia for more information about the Sorcerer God Temple. There were 2 Sorcerer God Temples in the archaic world. One was the Great Sorcerer God Temple, and the other was the Ancient Sorcerer God Temple. It was obvious that they separated the word archaic from the archaic celestial chord and used one word each. According to Xianxia's introduction, the 2 Sorcerer God Temples were hostile to each other. For countless years, they had been fighting and killing each other for the control of the archaic world. However, the 2 Sorcerer God Temples were equal in strength. They each occupied half of the archaic world. After so many years of fighting, there was no clear winner. The area they were in now was the territory of the Ancient Sorcerer God Temple. It was ruled by the Ancient Sorcerer God Temple. Mu Yun, you came to this world to get the occult skills, right? You can come back with us to West Raven City. Soon, the Sorcerer God Temple's Sorcerer Emissary will descend on West Raven City and pass down a part of the occult skills. You might be able to get something then. Xianxia invited. The giant white ape was anxious. It secretly warned Xianxia not to bring Lu Ming back so as to avoid trouble. However, Xianxia ignored it. Sure, of course I can. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. During this time, they had met other people from the archaic world on the way. When they saw Lu Ming, they quickly realized that Lu Ming was not from this world. However, they were not hostile and did not have the intention to attack Lu Ming. They just looked at him curiously. This made Lu Ming certain that the people of this world were not hostile to the Heavenly Palace. They treated the events of ancient times as legends. Therefore, Lu Ming could go to the cities of this world without worry. However, Lu Ming still asked Xianxia and the others if there was any way to hide his outsider's aura. He did not want to be surrounded by people wherever he went. There's a kind of occult skill that can let you emit some of this world's aura. However, the effect is limited. Once you attack or meet someone with a higher cultivation than you will be easily seen through. Xianxia said. It's okay. It's good that you have it. I can exchange it with treasures. Lu Ming said hurriedly. Chapter 4125. It was better than nothing. He did not need to be surrounded by a group of curious onlookers wherever he went. There's no need for an exchange. It's not too precious. I'll give it to you for free. Sheng Xiao took out a jade talisman and handed it to Lu Ming. Thank you very much. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony. He took it and scanned it with his spiritual sense. He already understood the contents of the jade talisman. It was indeed an ordinary secret technique. This secret technique did not change his aura. It was just a disguise technique. It drew in the external power of this world and covered his body with it. It could be used as a disguise to a certain extent. If one's cultivation base was lower than his, it would be difficult to tell without careful observation. Even if one's cultivation base was higher than his, it would not be by much. Without careful observation, it would not be easy to tell. However, once he attacked and his aura erupted, his disguise would be useless. It was better than nothing. Immediately, Lu Ming began to comprehend it. In just an hour, Lu Ming had successfully comprehended it. He activated the secret technique, and a force from his space was drawn over by him. It covered his body and concealed his original aura. How did he master a sorcery technique so quickly? What kind of speed is that? Sheng Xiao, the giant white ape, and the others stared at Lu Ming with their mouths agape. They had never seen anyone master a sorcery technique so quickly, even though it was only a low-level sorcery technique. Naturally, they did not know how terrifying Lu Ming's comprehension was. They did not know how many secret skills Lu Ming had cultivated. There were a total of 5,000 types of ordinary secret skills and other ancient secret skills. To Lu Ming, cultivating ordinary secret skills was a piece of cake. It was very easy for him to reach the entry level. He could do it within an hour. Of course, it would still take some time to cultivate them to greater mastery. Let's go, Lu Ming said. At that moment, Sheng Xiao and the others came to their senses as if they had just woken up from a dream. After that, they did not continue to the other ruins. Instead, they went to West Raven City together. West Raven City was considered a top-tier city in the territory ruled by the ancient Sorcerer Temple. There were only 13 top-tier cities like this in the entire ancient Sorcerer Temple. West Raven City was very prosperous. Countless creatures lived there. People came and went on the streets. However, Lu Ming discovered that there were very few people with higher cultivation than him. He walked around the streets a few times, but didn't find many. Moreover, these few people with higher cultivations than him wouldn't stare at him specifically, so they wouldn't easily discover that he wasn't from the Archean world and had come from the outside world. As for Emperor God experts, there were even fewer of them. They were extremely rare. For example, the giant white ape was already one of the top powerhouses in West Raven City. The Sheng family was one of the 3 great families in West Crow City. They were very powerful and occupied a large area with many palaces. Lu Ming told Sheng Xiao not to make a fuss. So when they arrived at the Sheng residence, Sheng Xiao arranged a courtyard for Lu Ming. It was very quiet and no one would disturb them. Lu Ming stayed for the time being. In a secret chamber in the Sheng residence, several elderly figures were discussing matters. One of them was the giant white ape. The other 7 were the senior members of the Sheng family. One of them was the patriarch of the Sheng family, Sheng Xiao's grandfather. The others were the grand elders of the Sheng family. Each of them was a celestial emperor. What? Someone from the outside world? After hearing the white giant ape's report, the others were all shocked, their faces filled with shock. That's right. It's true. The young mistress has invited that person back to the Sheng family. He is staying in the courtyard on the west side. The white ape said, I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect the legend to be true. There really is a bigger world outside our world, one of the old grand elders sighed. Tell us about your encounter with that outsider. The patriarch of the Sheng family said. Immediately, the white ape told them about their encounter with Lu Ming, as well as Lu Ming's purpose in coming to this world. You're saying that he's only a 7th-level godly emperor, but his combat ability is above yours. The patriarch of the Sheng family and the others were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it. They knew very well how far a 7th-level godly emperor was from Emperor God. They had never dreamed that someone could cross such a long distance to fight. According to legends, the outside world is more advanced than the great ancient world. There are more strong cultivators, and their legacies are longer. There are as many geniuses as there are clouds. It seems that it's true. Our great ancient world has never had a genius like that. We don't even have half as strong as him, let alone close to him. The outside world is really terrifying. The patriarch of the Sheng family sighed. Patriarch, it's been a long time, and no one from the outside world has come here. This time, they suddenly came. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Now that the young mistress has invited them to the Sheng family, I'm not sure. Patriarch of the Sheng family has to decide. The ancestors of the outside world and the great ancient world have a great grudge against each other. But it's been a long time, and the grudge is long gone. Moreover, they seem to have come here for witchcraft. I don't think we need to make a big fuss. It won't be long before the emissary of the Shaman God's Temple will descend to West Raven City and bestow a new shaman art. After the ceremony is over, we'll report the situation of the outside world to the Shaman God's Temple and let them make the decision. The patriarch of the Sheng family said. You're right, patriarch. The others nodded. Of course, there was another reason why they didn't dare to act rashly. Lu Ming's strength. According to the giant white ape, Lu Ming was able to suppress the giant white ape by a little with his own combat ability. However, Lu Ming still had a trump card that he hadn't used yet. The white ape said that Lu Ming's trump card was very powerful. If he used it, he wouldn't have a chance to survive. The trump card he was talking about was naturally the Gale Pearl. In the following days, Lu Ming lived a carefree life. Xianxia came to him every day to ask about the outside world. Lu Ming could only talk about a few things and deal with it. Fortunately, Lu Ming had seen a lot along the way. Xianxia was envious of him and looked forward to it. At first, Lu Ming wanted to see if he could buy some secret techniques in West Crow City. However, he soon learned that witchcraft was taboo in the great ancient world. It couldn't be bought or sold. If the Witch God Temple found out, it would be dangerous. Xianxia had already violated the taboo by giving Lu Ming the secret technique to hide his aura. The white ape wanted to stop it. However, this secret technique was only a low-level one. It was insignificant and didn't have much use. That was why the white ape didn't stop it in the end. Of course, if it was some other useful secret technique, Xianxia wouldn't dare to teach it even if he was brave. Secret techniques, or witchcraft, had to be approved by the Witch God Temple. Chapter 41:26. Time flew, and soon, it was time for the emissaries of the ancient Sorcerer Temple to arrive. Today was the busiest day in West Raven City. The central square of West Raven City was packed with people and was very lively. The three patriarchs of West Raven City sat in 3 different areas. However, there was a seat in the middle that was left unoccupied. It was reserved for the emissaries of the Sorcerer Temple. Everyone waited quietly. About 2 hours later, suddenly, a vortex appeared in the sky far away. The vortex emitted a dazzling light, and then one figure after another appeared. There were a total of 8 figures of different ages. Some were old, and some were young. They wore clothes of different colors, but their faces were cold and arrogant, as if they were looking down on the world. The emissaries are here. Go and welcome them. Quick! The experts of the 3 patriarchs did not dare to delay, and quickly flew to the front of the 8 emissaries. The Sheng family of West Raven City respectfully welcomes the 8 emissaries. The Wang family of West Raven City respectfully welcomes the 8 emissaries. The Niu family of West Raven City respectfully welcomes the 8 emissaries. The experts of the 3 patriarchs bowed respectfully. The 3 patriarchs need not be so courteous. An old emissary of the Sorcerer Temple waved his sleeves and said indifferently, Emissaries, please take your seats. The patriarch of the Shang family quickly said. Please, please, please. The patriarchs of the other two families also quickly said. The experts of the three families welcomed the 8 emissaries to the central square and let them sit in the most dazzling seats. Then, someone immediately served wine and delicacies to the 8 emissaries. Naturally, there were people who secretly offered gifts. Although the 8 emissaries were here to impart witchcraft, it did not stop them from receiving some benefits and enjoying themselves. After 3 rounds of wine, the banquet finally ended. All right, let's begin the witchcraft teaching. Let the youths of West Raven City come up and see who is fated with witchcraft. The one who spoke was the old emissary of the Sorcerer Temple. Yes. The patriarchs of the 3 families quickly responded and immediately passed down the order. Immediately, a large group of youths flew up and arrived in front of the emissaries of the Sorcerer Temple. There were the youths of the 3 families and the young prodigies of other forces in West Raven City. This time, they were mainly here to impart secret techniques to the youths. Xianxia also went up. Lu Ming sat below and watched with curiosity in his eyes. What a strange race. What race are these messengers from the Sorcerer Palace? Lu Ming was very curious. This was because Lu Ming could not identify the races of the 8 messengers of the Sorcerer God Temple. Although they were in human form, their auras were very unique. Lu Ming had never seen them before. He felt that the 8 envoys of the Sorcerer God Palace were not living beings. But it didn't seem like a metallic life form. It was very strange. Lu Ming watched quietly. At this moment, the discussion on the imparting of witchcraft had already begun. The old messenger of the Sorcerer God Temple took out a statue. Then, all the young people knelt down respectfully in front of the statue with pious looks on their faces. Suddenly, the statue lit up and a ball of light flew out from within. It was the size of a longan fruit and flew towards one of the young men. It entered the young man's forehead and disappeared. The young man was overjoyed and bowed respectfully to the statue. As for the experts of the Nyo family, a smile appeared on their faces. Obviously, that young man was from the Nyo family and had already obtained the witchcraft. However, this was not the end. Following that, a few more balls of light flew out from the statue and flew towards a few young men. They flew into their forehead and disappeared. Obviously, those balls of light were witchcraft. Each ball of light represented a type of witchcraft. This is a type of spiritual imprint. Lu Ming whispered. After careful observation, he realized that those balls of light were very similar to spiritual imprints. It was reasonable for a spiritual imprint to contain a type of secret technique. The imparting of witchcraft was that simple. After that, balls of light flew out from the statue continuously. In the end, a total of 108 balls of light flew out, representing 108 types of witchcraft that had been imparted. However, there were more than 108 young people present. Naturally, many of them had not obtained the witchcraft imparted to them. Some of the young people had obtained more than one type of witchcraft imparted to them. For example, Xianxia had obtained 3 types of witchcraft. This was very enviable. Those who did not obtain the witchcraft were very upset. All right, the imparting of witchcraft is over. We should leave. The old messenger of the Sorcerer Shrine took the statue and announced the end of the ceremony. Farewell, messengers. Immediately, a sound like a tsunami was heard in the plaza. The 8 messengers were expressionless. They nodded indifferently and turned around to leave. However, before they left, the old messenger glanced at Lu Ming. Then, he turned around and continued walking. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared from the plaza. What did that glance mean? Lu Ming's spiritual sense was extremely sharp. He had noticed that the old messenger had glanced at him. Could it be that he has discovered that I am from the outside world? Lu Ming's heart stirred. That was very possible. The old messenger of the Sorcerer Shrine had a very high cultivation level. He was definitely an Emperor Supreme God. Moreover, he might not be an ordinary Emperor Supreme God. His secret technique could prevent others from detecting him but it could not prevent the old man from detecting him. However, Lu Ming was not too concerned. He already knew that he would be discovered. After all, the people of this world were not hostile to them. After the messenger of the sorcerer's shrine left, the crowd dispersed. Lu Ming returned to the courtyard of the Sheng family. How should I sneak into the sorcerer's shrine? Lu Ming frowned as he pondered. It seemed that he had to go to the sorcerer's shrine if he wanted to get a large number of secret techniques, even ancient ones. The secret techniques passed down by the sorcerer's shrine today were just ordinary ones. Lu Ming guessed that there must be some ancient secret techniques in the sorcerer's shrine. However, they should be of a higher level. Lu Ming was thinking about how to get into the sorcerer's shrine and get a large number of secret techniques. However, Lu Ming could not think of any effective way, even after thinking for a while. I will read up on the information about the ancient world and the sorcerer's shrine. After a few days, I will leave the Sheng family in West Raven City. I will go to the sorcerer's shrine alone and see if there is a chance. Lu Ming thought. After that, he went to look for Xianxia to get some information about the ancient world and the sorcerer's shrine. In the blink of an eye, it was late at night. Who is it? Suddenly, Lu Ming opened his eyes. They shone in all directions, aiming at a dark void. Whoosh! As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, the void rippled. A pitch-black sword light shot out and pierced between Lu Ming's eyebrows at an astonishing speed. Chapter 41:27. A pitch-black sword light moved towards Lu Ming's third eye. It was extremely fast, and under the cover of the night, it was deadly. You want to die? There was a cold, murderous intent in Lu Ming's eyes. He had sensed that the enemy had the strength of the top of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. A cultivator of the top of the 9th Godly Emperor layer could easily kill a cultivator of the 7th Godly Emperor layer. But the enemy had bumped into Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression was calm. He stretched out 2 fingers and pinched the pitch-black sword gleam accurately. Then, a silhouette appeared. He couldn't believe his eyes. He hadn't thought that Lu Ming would be able to block his attack so easily. It's you. Lu Ming was stupefied. His eyes were filled with murder. Lu Ming had seen the assassin before. It was one of the 8 envoys of the shaman shrine. Hadn't he left already? He hadn't thought he'd come back to kill Lu Ming. Tell me, why do you want to kill me? Asked Lu Ming icily. People from the outside world should die. Die. The emissary of the sorcerer god temple shouted coldly. His body changed rapidly and turned into a pitch-black sword gleam. The sword aura soared to the sky, and it was more powerful than before. That's a secret technique? Lu Ming was stupefied. He was really stupefied because the enemy had turned into a secret technique. Indeed, the enemy's real body was a secret technique. A secret technique could turn into a living being. Lu Ming had never heard of such a thing. Suddenly, Lu Ming had an idea. The Heavenly Palace had told him that 500 years ago, the secret techniques of the ancient world had already gained sentience. That was why the deity emperors were sent here, because the great ancient secret technique could sense the presence of great ancient divine emperors. It would be very difficult to find them. Since the ancient secret techniques could give birth to sentience 500 solar years ago, it wasn't impossible for the ancient secret techniques to become sentient beings after 500 solar years. It was even possible for ordinary secret techniques to gain sentience. The reality was right in front of him. The black sword light in front of him was a secret technique. Moreover, it was only an ordinary secret technique. Clang! Just as Lu Ming was in a daze, the black sword gleam had already pierced Lu Ming's glabella. There was a sound of metal colliding and sparks were flying everywhere. However, it did not even break through Lu Ming's skin defense. How is that possible? The enemy's voice came from the black sword light. I'll give you a way out. Lu Ming came to his senses and grabbed the black sword light with his hand. The forbidden force was activated, and the powerful force caught the black sword light. Then he squeezed it hard. With a bang, the black sword light exploded. In the next moment, a rune fell on Lu Ming's palm. This is a secret technique rune. Lu Ming's eyes widened, and he was even more surprised. However, after taking a closer look, Lu Ming found that it was indeed a secret technique rune. The other party's spiritual intelligence had completely disappeared. Lu Ming had obliterated it. Could this secret technique rune directly fuse with his cells? Lu Ming had this thought, but now wasn't the time to test it, because the enemy still had people. "Since you're here, do you think you can leave?" Lu Ming shouted coldly and took a step forward. In the next moment, he rushed into the vast night sky. He reached out his hand and grabbed at the night sky. The night sky exploded. In the next moment, Lu Ming retracted his hand, and in his palm, he had caught a small snake. This small snake wasn't a real life of flesh and blood. It was also a secret technique. The enemy's form seemed to be the form of this secret technique. For example, if a secret technique could condense a small snake with a single strike, then the form of the secret technique would be a small snake, just like in front of him. "Speak. Why do you want to kill me?" Lu Ming asked coldly. "Because you're from the outside world. The outside world and the great ancient world are mortal enemies. Since I saw you, I had no choice but to kill you." The small snake roared and struggled with all its might, wanting to rush out. It seems that the ordinary creatures of the great ancient world have forgotten their grudges, but it seems that they haven't forgotten about these secret techniques. Lu Ming thought to himself. Then, he clenched his fist, and the small snake exploded, turning into a secret technique rune and falling into Lu Ming's hand. To think that I would get the secret technique rune directly by killing the creatures formed from these secret techniques. Lu Ming couldn't help feeling a fire burning in his heart. If these secret technique runes could be directly fused into his cells, wouldn't that mean that Lu Ming didn't even need to cultivate and could directly control them? If that was really the case, wouldn't he be rich? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. That was when several figures flew out from the depths of the Xiang residence. They were elders of the Xiang family, and all of them had powerful auras as god emperors. One of them was the giant white ape from before. "Brother Mu Yun, it's you." The giant white ape exclaimed softly. "Senior Yuan." Lu Ming nodded. "Patriarch, everyone, let me introduce you. This is Mu Yun. Mu Yun, this is the patriarch of the Xiang family, and the other elders." The giant white ape introduced them. "Greetings, Patriarch Xiang," Seniors Lu Ming bowed. Come to think of it, he hadn't met the patriarch since he came to the Xiang family. "What happened just now, Brother Mu Yun?" the patriarch of the Xiang family asked. "A few rascals tried to ambush me, but I've taken care of them," Lu Ming said, but didn't directly say that the envoys of the witch god temple ambushed him. "Is that so?" The patriarch of the Xiang family and the others appeared puzzled. Why would anyone ambush Lu Ming in the Xiang family? "Everyone, it seems that someone is being unfriendly to me. I shouldn't stay here. I'll take my leave." Lu Ming offered a fist palm salute and turned to leave, vanishing into the night sky. He stayed because he didn't want to implicate the Xiang family. He had a good impression of the Xiang family and didn't want to implicate them because of Xianxia. Soon, Lu Ming left the Xiang residence and disappeared outside West Crow City. It seems that the 8 envoys of the Witch God Temple didn't leave. I wonder where the other 6 are. Let's see if the secret runes work. With that thought, Lu Ming took out the 2 secret runes he just obtained. With a grasp of his palm, the 2 runes melted into his palm and disappeared. They really fused into my cells. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He realized that the 2 secret runes had fused into 2 different cells. Let's see if it works. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a pitch-black sword light appeared in the sky, slashing out violently and cutting the air in half. Then, a giant serpent darted out, shattering the air. It really works. Lu Ming showed a look of wild delight. Chapter 41:28. Lu Ming tried the 2 secret skill talismans and realized that they were both useful. He could use them freely as if they were his own. Lu Ming was overjoyed. As long as he could kill these creatures, he would be able to obtain more secret skill talismans, especially ancient secret skills. If he could obtain the ancient secret skill talismans, how much time could he save? How many merit points could he save? Thinking of this, Lu Ming's heart was burning with excitement. Sorcerer God Temple, since you want to kill me, don't blame me for being ruthless. A cold light flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. He then turned into a beam of light and flew towards a direction. This was the direction of the ancient Sorcerer God Temple. It was also the direction where the 8 messengers had left. Since the ancient Sorcerer God Temple had sent 2 messengers to assassinate him, the other 6 messengers should not have gone far. It was highly possible that they were waiting for news somewhere. Lu Ming flew quickly and spread out his spiritual sense to search for the remaining 6 messengers. Lu Ming did not fly far before his spiritual sense sensed that there were 6 messengers sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak in front of him. They were the 6 messengers from the Sorcerer God Temple. Swoosh! When Lu Ming's spiritual sense sensed them, the old messenger opened his eyes abruptly. His gaze was as sharp as a sword as he looked at Lu Ming. This brat is not dead yet. How dare he take the initiative to attack us? He's courting death. The old messenger's cold voice sounded, startling the other 5 messengers. Lord Divine Magus, what's going on? The other 5 messengers were still confused. That brat from the outside world is here. Get ready to fight. The old messenger of the Sorcerer God Temple said coldly. As soon as he finished his words, he soared to the sky and dashed in Lu Ming's direction. The other 5 messengers were shocked. Without hesitation, they followed the old messenger and rushed towards Lu Ming. In a few breaths' time, the 2 parties met. 6 pairs of sharp eyes landed on Lu Ming. There was a hint of curiosity and murderous intent in their eyes. Brat, where are the 2 messengers from the Sorcerer God Temple? The emissary of the Sorcerer Palace shouted. Since you want to kill me, you naturally have to pay the price. Lu Ming said coldly. In other words, the 2 of them had already paid the price. Brat, you're courting death. The old messenger of the Sorcerer God Palace was filled with killing intent. You're the ones courting death. I didn't provoke you, but you came to provoke me. Lu Ming shouted coldly and used the Greater God Wind technique. His body was like a phantom as he rushed towards the 6 messengers of the Sorcerer God Temple. Kill! Kill! The 6 envoys of the Sorcerer God Temple also attacked. Their bodies transformed into 6 different secret techniques and attacked Lu Ming. 5 cultivators of the top of the 9th Godly Emperor layer, 1 cultivator of the 1st Great Supreme God layer. The moment the other party attacked, Lu Ming was able to determine the other party's cultivation. The old envoy was the strongest. He had the strength of the 1st Great Supreme God layer. The other 5 cultivators had the strength of the top of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. Boom! 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 Lu Ming threw out punches continuously. More than 10 fist forces penetrated the void. The scene was extremely terrifying. The 6 envoys of the Sorcerer God Temple pulled a long face. Oh no, it's dangerous. Adad, shouted the 5 envoys of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. They didn't dare fight against Lin Feng. They wanted to dodge. However, with their cultivation levels, how could they dodge Lu Ming's attacks? The 5 messengers of the Sorcerer Divine Temple, who were at the peak of the 9th level Divine Emperor realm, were killed by Lu Ming and turned into 5 secret skill runes. Only the old envoy of the Sorcerer God Temple managed to block Lu Ming's attack, but he was also shaking. Your fighting strength. At that moment, the old envoy of the Sorcerer God Temple wasn't angry because the other 5 envoys had been killed. He was just astonished. He was astonished because of Lu Ming's fighting strength. He would have never thought that Lu Ming, a cultivator of the 7th Godly Emperor layer, could be so strong. His attacks could rival the old envoy of the Sorcerer God Temple, or even surpass him. That was terrifying. Die! Lu Ming shouted coldly. His body did not stop moving. The cells in his body were vibrating, emitting dazzling rays of light. Lu Ming activated his combat ability to the maximum and charged toward the elderly man from the Sorcerer Divine Temple. You want to kill me? Impossible. The old man from the Sorcerer God Temple roared. His actual body was a pitch-black divine pagoda. There were 9 light ribbons hanging down from it, suppressing Lu Ming. Its power was shocking. That was his real body. It was also a secret technique. Is that one of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques, the Great God Tower technique? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Since he had the ambition to collect the various 3,000 ancient secret skills, he naturally had a detailed understanding of the 3,000 ancient secret skills. He knew that one of the 3,000 ancient secret skills was called the Great God Pagoda skill. When he used it, he could condense a tower to oppress his enemies. It was extremely powerful. However, the Great God Tower technique was just an ordinary one among the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. It was the same as the Great Breaking technique. In the Merit Exchange Hall, it cost around 100,000 points. Lu Ming's eyes were twinkling. If it was really the Great God Tower technique, he would definitely get the talisman of that secret technique. Great Binding technique. Lu Ming's entire body was shrouded in a dazzling glow. He pressed his palms forward and cast the Great Binding skill. An invisible force emerged and entangled the Divine Pagoda like a python. In that instant, the Divine Pagoda froze. What welcomed it was Lu Ming's storm-like attacks. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming increased his combat power to the maximum and bombarded the Divine Pagoda with both hands. In an instant, he attacked at least 100 times. The tower shook violently and was sent flying thousands of miles away. It crashed into a dozen mountains, and the 9 light belts on it became dim. The opponent was severely injured. How did you master so many ancient witchcraft? A shocked voice came from the tower. Ancient witchcraft? It's one of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Lu Ming had used at least 3 kinds of ancient mystic skills when he attacked just now. Obviously, the other party was very shocked. Soon, you will become one of my ancient witchcraft, Lu Ming said coldly and continued to attack the opponent. He realized that the opponent was slightly stronger than the giant white ape of the Shang family. However, it was still not a match for Lu Ming. Even if he did not use any other powerful weapons, Lu Ming could still suppress the opponent. You monster! The ancient witch temple will not let you go. Before you came, I had already sent the news back to the witch temple. A loud roar came from the tower. Then it turned around and fled at an astonishing speed. It knew that it was no match for Lu Ming and wanted to escape back to the witch temple. There were many experts in the witch temple, and some of them could kill Lu Ming. However, how could Lu Ming let it escape? Chapter 41-29. Great Shift Art. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he used the Great Shift Art. His body suddenly disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of the Divine Pagoda in the next moment, staring at it coldly. This is the top ancient witchcraft art, the Great Shift Art. How do you know it too? A shocked voice came from the Divine Pagoda. Other than the overall name being different, the specific name is the same. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind, but his body did not stop as he continued to attack the Divine Pagoda. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions rang out as the Divine Pagoda shook violently. Then, cracks appeared on it. The Divine Pagoda was still no match for Lu Ming. Not long after, the Divine Pagoda exploded and turned into a secret skill rune. However, this secret technique talisman still had its own consciousness and was still trying to escape. Clearly, its consciousness had not been completely destroyed. Swoosh! Lu Ming stretched out his big hand and grabbed it. The taboo power condensed into a big hand and grabbed the secret skill rune in his hand. Then, the taboo power seeped into it, wanting to obliterate the other party's spiritual intelligence. You'll die a horrible death. The ancient witchcraft shrine will not let you go. The Divine Pagoda roared and cursed angrily. Tell me, how many experts are there in the ancient witchcraft shrine? How many of them are like you, transformed by ancient witchcraft? Lu Ming asked. So what if I tell you? The ancient witchcraft shrine has 800 experts transformed by ancient witchcraft. I'm the weakest among them. The others are all stronger than me. You'd better let me go, or you won't be able to escape death, a loud roar came from the Divine Pagoda. When the Divine Pagoda heard Lu Ming's question, he thought that Lu Ming was afraid. Naturally, he would not hide it and mentioned how many experts there were in the ancient witchcraft shrine, hoping to intimidate Lu Ming. Unfortunately, Lu Ming only wanted to ask and had no intention of letting the Divine Pagoda go. Boom! Lu Ming's taboo power completely destroyed the Divine Pagoda's spirituality, leaving behind a simple secret skill rune. 800 living beings transformed by ancient witchcraft. From what I heard, they should have reached the God Emperor realm. This is a terrifying force. It seems like I have to think about the witchcraft shrine. Lu Ming thought. 800 Emperor gods. This was definitely a terrifying force. Moreover, the strongest among them had a very high cultivation level. Although Lu Ming had powerful weapons such as the Gale Bead and the mysterious Ice Rod, it was impossible for him to contend with powerful Emperor gods. It was obviously impossible to charge into the ancient sorcerer shrine directly. That would be courting death. Moreover, the other party had already received the news. It would not be long before they would send a large number of experts to hunt him down. He needed to think carefully about what to do next. In the end, Lu Ming decided to stay in the vicinity of West Raven City and observe. He wanted to see if the experts sent by the ancient witchcraft shrine were strong. If they were too strong, he would not make a move. If they were not too strong, he would make a move and kill them. After making up his mind, Lu Ming flew toward West Raven City. Soon, West Raven City appeared in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not plan to enter West Raven City. Instead, he found a secluded place to hide. Let's see if the ancient secret skill rune can be directly fused into my cells. Lu Ming thought, and a secret skill rune appeared in his hand. It was the secret skill rune of the Great God Pagoda technique. Lu Ming could not wait to try it out. He wanted to see if the ancient mystic skill runes could be integrated directly into his cells and be used by him. Without hesitation, Lu Ming directly fused the secret skill rune into his cell. Success! Lu Ming was overjoyed. The secret skill rune had successfully fused into his cell. Lu Ming could feel that as long as he thought about it, he would be able to operate it. But the next moment, Lu Ming frowned again. He realized that the level of mastery of the Great God Pagoda technique was not right. Previously, when he fused the secret skill runes of the ordinary secret skills into his cells, he directly reached the greater mastery stage. But now Lu Ming could only unleash the power of the Great God Pagoda technique at the entry level. What's going on? Is it because the ancient secret skill is harder to cultivate? Or is it because the cultivation of the creatures created by the Great God Pagoda technique is not high enough? Lu Ming frowned and guessed, but he could not figure it out at the moment. He could only experiment after obtaining more secret skill runes. This is... Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes widened. He had made a new discovery. The secret skill rune formed by the Great God Pagoda technique merged with his cells. All of a sudden, an extremely pure force permeated the air and instantly surged into all his cells. Lu Ming discovered that his taboo force had actually strengthened by a notch. It can also increase my cultivation. Lu Ming was a little surprised at first, then he was overjoyed. He realized that his cultivation level had increased. The distance between him and the 8th godly emperor layer was shortened. The ordinary secret skill runes did not have such benefits. Could it be that only the ancient secret skill runes had such benefits? Lu Ming could not help but feel even more excited. Just like that, Lu Ming waited there. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he quickly withdrew his qi, because a dozen figures had suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. Those silhouettes were standing in the void. They were wearing robes of different colors and emitted powerful qi. Their qi was very similar to that of the old man from the Sorcerer's Shrine, who was the creature created by the Great God Pagoda technique. They were all great supreme gods. There was a burning glow in Lu Ming's eyes. These 10 over-god thearchs were most likely evolved from the primordial secret skills. In Lu Ming's eyes, there were more than 10 primordial secret skills. As long as he could kill all of them, he would be able to master more than 10 primordial secret skills. However, Lu Ming was just thinking about it. He did not attack, because he did not know the exact cultivation level of those great supreme gods. If they only had the strength of the second great supreme god layer, Lu Ming would be confident. With the first great celestial armor, the Zephyr Pearl, and the mysterious Ice Rod, Lu Ming was not afraid of them. But if they had the strength of the third great supreme god layer, it would be hard to say. Lu Ming did not know how big the gap was between each level of the great supreme god layer. The strongest person he had faced so far was only at the first great supreme god layer. He did not know how strong a second great supreme god layer was. But the gap between each level of the great supreme god layer was definitely much greater than the divine emperor layer. Lu Ming estimated that even if he had the mysterious Ice Rod, he would not be able to defeat a third great supreme god layer expert. And the first great celestial armor could only block a third great supreme god layer attack. Then what? He could only run for his life. Therefore, before he could figure out their cultivation level, Lu Ming did not plan to attack. Those great supreme gods of the Sorcerer's Shrine carefully looked around. Then, their figures flashed, and they rushed into the West Raven City. Lu Ming guessed that they had gone to the Shang clan to inquire about him. Chapter 4130. Lu Ming waited patiently for a while. Not long after, the envoys of the Witch God Temple left West Crow City and disappeared into the sky. After that, Lu Ming sneaked into West Crow City. He mainly wanted to see if the Shang family was all right. After all, he didn't want to implicate the Shang family. Fortunately, after entering West Crow City, he found that the Shang family was fine. Lu Ming felt relieved and left West Crow City again. However, not long after Lu Ming left West Crow City, an unforeseen event occurred. Swish! The void split open and a snow-white blade light slashed towards Lu Ming's head. It was extremely powerful. At the crucial moment, Lu Ming burst out with his full strength. His body emitted a dazzling light as he punched out. Boom! There was a violent explosion. That snow-white blade light was blocked by Lu Ming. At the same time, two terrifying attacks came from Lu Ming's left and right. They attacked Lu Ming. Not only that, after the attacks from the left and right sides were launched, an attack also erupted from the back, crushing toward Lu Ming. Danger! Extreme danger. The attacks from the left and right were still fine. Lu Ming could still deal with them. He judged that the attacks from the left and right should be from someone in the first layer of the Great God Realm. However, the attack from behind was too powerful. It was extremely terrifying. It was much stronger than the attack from someone in the first layer of the Great God Realm. Second layer of the Great God Realm. Lu Ming judged that the attack from behind should be from someone in the second layer of the Great God Realm. Lu Ming knew that with his own strength, he was definitely not a match for someone in the second layer of the Great God Realm. He couldn't block it. However, Lu Ming had many treasures on him. With a thought, the first grade celestial armor on his body was activated. The first grade celestial armor emitted a layer of light, enveloping Lu Ming. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks from the left, right, and back all landed on the first grade celestial armor's light shield. With 3 consecutive explosions, the 3 attacks were blocked. They didn't break through the armor. However, the attack from behind was too powerful. Although it was blocked, there was still a terrifying force pushing Lu Ming forward. Lu Ming's body crashed into a middle-aged man in front of him. The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood and was pushed back. Lu Ming flew out for a distance of hundreds of miles before he could stabilize himself. Swish, swish, swish. There were more than 10 figures around him, surrounding Lu Ming in the middle. These figures were none other than the Sorcerer God's Temple's people who had appeared in West Crow City earlier. Brat, let's see where you can run to now. Swish, swish. Brat, tell me, where are your accomplices? Do you have any accomplices who came in with you? Teacher, tell me. Another voice sounded. It came from an old man with pitch-black skin and demonic chi all over his body. What a familiar aura. Lu Ming felt that the old man's aura was familiar. It was the same old man who had attacked him from behind. He was a second-layer Emperor God Realm cultivator. More importantly, the old man's aura reminded him of the great demonic sword technique. Could it be that this old man was the great demonic sword technique? How did you find me? Lu Ming didn't answer the old man's question. Instead, he asked another question. It's easy to find you. You have the aura of the outside world. As long as we can capture a trace of your aura, we can refine a tracking treasure. Finding you is easy. The dark-skinned old man who seemed to be the great demonic sword technique said coldly. Could it be those secret techniques? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He recalled that there were some secret techniques among the 3,000 ancient secret techniques that were very good at tracking and capturing. Perhaps those secret techniques were the reason why they could find Lu Ming. Swish. I'll give you one more chance. Speak. Where's your partner? Also, how did you get in? Where's the entrance? If you tell me everything, I can leave you with a complete corpse. The dark-skinned old man was the great demonic sword technique. If you want to know, you'll have to defeat me first, said Lu Ming. Then, the Zephyr bead appeared in his hand. After observing for a moment, Lu Ming realized that there were no stronger cultivators among those people. None of them had the strength of the third great supreme god layer. The strongest one had the strength of the second great supreme god layer. None of them had the strength of the third great supreme god layer. Lu Ming was relieved. He wanted to try and see if he could kill all of them. Little boy, since you want to die, I'll help you. Attack and kill him. Leave his soul behind. Then, we'll find a way to know his secret. The great demonic sword technique waved his hand. Boom, boom, boom. More than a dozen people, no, more than a dozen ancient secret techniques attacked at the same time. They transformed into different secret techniques and attacked Lu Ming. As expected, they're all ancient secret techniques. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He activated the Celestial Soldier Armor's defense and blocked all the attacks. Then the Zephyr wind inside the Zephyr bead whistled and turned into a wind blade. Ah! A horrible shriek spread in the air. One of the ancient secret techniques exploded and turned into a talisman. A first great supreme god layer ancient secret technique was instantly killed by Lu Ming. Of course, he was instantly killed by the energy inside the Zephyr bead. A part of it is missing. Lu Ming was startled. He had consumed a lot of energy from the Zephyr bead. The Zephyr wind inside the Zephyr bead was being consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye. After all, the Zephyr wind inside the Zephyr bead was limited and could not be replenished, especially with Lu Ming's current cultivation level. Each time he used it, it consumed a lot of energy. If it continued like this, it would not last long. However, a great weapon was meant to be used. If it was not used at a critical moment, how could it be called a great weapon? Die! Shouted Lu Ming. He used the great divine wind technique to the maximum and used all his strength to draw the energy from the Zephyr bead. Whoosh, 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 the Zephyr wind turned into a tornado. It whistled and swept towards the dozen ancient secret techniques. Although the tornado was not as powerful as the wind blade, it covered a large area. It could envelop all the ancient secret techniques. Those cultivators of the first great supreme god layer couldn't resist it. They were constantly attacked by the tornado and were severely injured. Even though the ancient secret techniques were not made of flesh and blood, they still contained life essence. At that moment, after being injured, their life essence was rapidly shrinking. Their chi was quickly weakening and their strength was rapidly decreasing. Among the dozen ancient secret techniques, there were only two that were relatively strong. One was the great demonic sword technique. He turned into a pitch-black demonic sword and slashed across the sky. Sword lights kept colliding with the tornado. At that moment, the tornado was blocked. As for the other person, it was hard to tell what kind of ancient secret technique he was using. He turned into a beam of light, and his power was terrifying. He could easily cut open the sky and block the tornado. Both of them had the strength of the second great supreme god layer. Chapter 41:31. Only two of them had the strength of the second Great Supreme God Layer, while the others had the strength of the first Great Supreme God Layer. First Great Supreme God Layer cultivators couldn't block the strong winds. As the power of a tornado weakened, Lu Ming pulled out another one. He did not feel the pinch at all. Even though he couldn't kill the cultivators of the first Great Supreme God Layer instantly, he could make their injuries worse. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Ming continuously drew out 7 strong gusts of wind. Those first level 1 Emperor God primordial secret skills were severely injured. Their auras were extremely weak. Die! Lu Ming shouted coldly. Every cell in his body was trembling. He activated his combat ability to the extreme. His body dashed out like a meteor. Boom! An ancient secret skill was blasted apart by Lu Ming, turning into a secret skill rune. Lu Ming grabbed it in his hand and put it into his storage ring. He had already obtained 2 ancient secret technique runes in a row. Lu Ming didn't stop. After killing one, he moved on to the next one. Those first-level Emperor God primordial secret skills were extremely weak after being severely injured. They could not withstand Lu Ming's attack at all. Lu Ming dashed forward and destroyed another ancient secret technique. It turned into a talisman and was put away by Lu Ming. Fast, too fast. Within a breath's time, Lu Ming destroyed 6 types of primordial mystic skills. At that moment, the remaining ancient secret techniques were panicking. Let's go. This little boy has a terrifying weapon. We have to send the news back. Retreat, shouted the 2 cultivators of the second Great Supreme God Layer. They ordered the others to retreat. However, how could Lu Ming let them retreat? Lu Ming used all his strength to summon the energy in the Zephyr Pearl and create a barrier around him to prevent the ancient secret techniques from retreating. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 cultivators of the second Great Supreme God Layer were really strong. They were much stronger than the cultivators of the first Great Supreme God Layer. They weren't injured at all. When their attacks landed on the barrier, it shook violently and a crack appeared. However, the cultivators of the first Great Supreme God Layer weren't that strong. They couldn't break the barrier at all. Lu Ming didn't stop attacking. Each time he flickered, a cultivator of the first Great Supreme God Layer would be destroyed and turn into a talisman, which fell into Lu Ming's hand. After a while, the remaining cultivators of the first Great Supreme God Layer were all killed by Lu Ming. At that moment, the 2 cultivators of the second Great Supreme God Layer had already broken the barrier and were flying away. You want to leave? Lu Ming's gaze was cold, and there was a strange fluctuation in his body. The next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot. It was the transference skill. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the great demonic sword art. The Zephyr Pearl whistled and turned into a wind blade, attacking the great demon sword technique. Demonic sword rampage, break for me, shouted the great demon sword technique. His sword became 10,000 zhang long and slashed at the wind blade. Boom! When the 2 attacks collided, an earth-shattering boom erupted and a terrifying shockwave was stirred up. Then, the gale wind blade collapsed. However, the demon sword was also shaken violently and was blown away. A hideous wound appeared on the sword. It had been cut by the Zephyr Windblade. Lu Ming still had the upper hand in the collision between the 2. The cultivator of the second Great Supreme God Layer is really strong. I can't compete with him. I'll be killed instantly. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. He could defeat an ordinary cultivator of the first Great Supreme God Layer, but the difference between the first Great Supreme God Layer and the second Great Supreme God Layer was too big. The difference between the 2 layers of the Godly Emperor layer was huge. A cultivator of a higher layer could easily kill a cultivator of a lower layer. However, the difference between the 2 layers of the Great Supreme God Layer was even bigger. Originally, Lu Ming's Zephyr Pearl was much stronger than his own battle strength. However, in the Great Supreme God Layer, he couldn't fight across too much distance. He had only been able to suppress the Great Demon Sword technique with his full strength. You can't kill me, shouted the Great Demon Sword technique. He turned into a sword light and changed direction, flying away quickly. However, Lu Ming immediately used the Zephyr Wind Blade to form a barrier, blocking the Great Demon Sword technique. "Don't try to stop me. Break!" shouted the Great Demon Sword technique. Sword light soared to the sky and slashed the Zephyr Wind Blade. A crack appeared on the Zephyr Wind Blade. However, at this moment, Lu Ming had already taken out a snow-white long rod. The Bingxian Staff. The Bingxian Staff consumed too much energy, so Lu Ming had been using the Zephyr Pearl instead of the Bingxian Staff. However, it seemed like he couldn't stop his opponent without using the Bingxian Staff. As soon as the Bingxian Staff appeared, it expanded rapidly like a mountain and pressed down on the Great Demon Sword technique. The Bingxian Staff was one of the 18 divine weapons of the Heavenly Court. It was a top-tier divine weapon in the universe. Under Lu Ming's taboo power, its power was shocking. It was definitely above the Zephyr Pearl. The Great Demon Sword technique was shocked and showed fear for the first time. "Not good. He still has a trump card," roared the Great Demon Sword technique. Then he pushed his strength to the limit and even burned his life source. He was going all out. Swoosh! A shocking demonic sword soared to the sky and slashed at Lu Ming, colliding with the Bingxian Staff. Wong! Clang! A violent vibration sounded from the pitch-black demonic sword. The huge demonic sword vibrated violently. Then, fine cracks appeared on it. At the same time, the sword body was pushed back crazily. "How is this possible?" said the Great Demon Sword technique in disbelief. In that move, he felt that Lu Ming's strength had surpassed his by a large margin. "Nothing is impossible. Today you will die," Lu Ming said coldly. The Bingxian Staff slammed down again. The sky was collapsing as a violent destructive force swept out. The Great Demon Sword technique had no way to escape. He could only face it head-on. With a boom, more cracks appeared on the Great Demon Sword technique's sword body. In the end, it exploded with a bang. The Great Demon Sword technique was severely injured. Only a secret rune was left floating in the air. It wanted to escape. However, Lu Ming grabbed the secret skill runes of the great demonic swordsmanship in his hands. "No, you can't kill me. If you kill me, the ancient sorcerer shrine will not let you go," roared the Great Demon Sword technique. "You're saying that the ancient sorcerer shrine will let you go if I don't kill you?" Lu Ming smiled faintly. He had killed so many people. The ancient sorcerer shrine would definitely not let him go. There was no difference if he killed one less or one more. With a thought, he stored the runes of the Great Devil Sword art into his storage ring. Then, his silhouette flickered and he disappeared from his original position. He chased after the other cultivator of the second Great Supreme God Layer. However, after chasing him for a while, he didn't find any trace of him. Chapter 41-32. Lu Ming used the Great Teleportation technique several times, but he couldn't find the other cultivator of the second Great Supreme God Layer. Lu Ming knew that the other cultivator had already run far away. His fighting strength was limited, so it took him a long time to kill the cultivator of the second Great Supreme God Layer. That time was enough for the cultivator of the second Great Supreme God Layer to run far away. Besides, the other cultivator of the second Great Supreme God Layer was like a beam of light. His speed was astonishing. Even if Lu Ming used the Great Teleportation technique with all his strength, he couldn't catch up with him. After all, his cultivation level was much higher than his. That was why Lu Ming had attacked the first cultivator of the Great Demon Sword technique and not the other one. If he had attacked the other one at the beginning, the two cultivators of the second Great Supreme God Layer wouldn't have been able to escape. If one of them escapes, the ancient sorcerer shrine will definitely take revenge. From what they've said, there must be even stronger cultivators in the ancient sorcerer shrine. I have to become stronger, Lu Ming frowned while thinking. Through the exchange earlier, he finally knew how great the gap between each level of the God Emperor realm was. Even though he could kill a cultivator of the second Great Supreme God Layer with the mysterious ice rod, he couldn't defeat a cultivator of the third Great Supreme God Layer. Then, the ancient sorcerer shrine would probably send cultivators of the third Great Supreme God Layer to kill him. He had to become stronger as soon as possible. I have more than 10 talismans from the ancient sorcerer's shrine. I wonder if they can help me break through to the next level, thought Lu Ming. Then his silhouette flickered and he left. After a short time, he found a secret place and punched a hole in the ground. He went deep into the ground and sat down cross-legged. After that, a talisman appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Little boy, you're courting death. You better let me go or the ancient sorcerer's shrine won't let you off. As soon as he took out the talisman, a threatening voice emerged from it. Although Lu Ming had scattered the forms of more than 10 ancient mystic skills, their spiritual intelligence was still present, and they had not been obliterated. You talk a lot of crap, Lu Ming said coldly. He held the secret technique rune in his hand. Forbidden power poured into it and began to erase the intelligence inside. No, I beg you spare me. Spare my life. I have experienced countless years before I was able to gain sentience. I have gone through untold hardships to cultivate my body. I beg you to spare me. Seeing that his threat had failed, the other party began to beg for mercy. However, Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with him at all. He was controlling the forbidden power with all his might to obliterate his opponent's consciousness. The other party's cries became softer and softer, and soon there was no movement at all. The other party's intelligence had been completely wiped out by him. Let's test the effect. Lu Ming held the secret technique rune. With a thought, the secret technique rune merged with one of Lu Ming's cells. Immediately, Lu Ming had a feeling that this ancient secret technique had already been grasped by him. There was one more ancient mystic skill that Lu Ming had mastered. However, Lu Ming tested it out and found that his mastery of this ancient secret technique was only at the beginner level. It was the same as the Great Divine Pagoda technique. However, a gush of pure energy emanated from that cell and surged into his entire body. Lu Ming's cultivation level increased rapidly. Very soon, it increased by a notch. Sure enough, the secret technique rune of the ancient secret technique can increase my cultivation base. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Then, Lu Ming took out another secret technique rune. Ignoring the other party's cries and roars, he used the same trick again to obliterate his opponent's intelligence and merge it with his cells. Immediately, another power surged out, increasing Lu Ming's cultivation base a little. In this way, Lu Ming continued to obliterate the secret technique rune's intelligence and merge it with his cells. Finally, it was the Great Devil Sword technique's turn. However, Lu Ming held the secret technique rune of the Great Devil Sword art in a daze. Because he already had the Great Devil Sword art and had cultivated it to the great success level. Could he still merge this secret technique rune? Lu Ming wasn't sure. However, how could he be satisfied if he didn't try? Lu Ming put the secret technique rune of the Great Devil Sword art into a cell. However, there seemed to be a strong repulsive force in that cell that repelled the secret technique rune. Sure enough, it couldn't merge. It seemed that his body could only allow one secret technique to merge with his cells. It was impossible to fuse the same secret technique into different cells. Wouldn't it be a waste? Lu Ming frowned. This secret technique rune was left behind by a second-layer Great God Realm expert. It would be of great help to him. He was unwilling to waste it. I wonder if I can merge it into the same cell? Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up as an idea popped into his head. If he couldn't merge it into different cells, he could at least merge it into the same cell. Thinking about that, Lu Ming moved the secret technique rune towards a cell that had already merged with the Great Devil Sword art. To Lu Ming's surprise, it went very smoothly this time. The secret technique rune of the Great Devil Sword art merged with the cell and disappeared. Then, an incomparably pure energy gushed out. Lu Ming's cultivation started to increase rapidly. After a short time, it stopped. Top of the 7th Godly Emperor layer. Unfortunately, I'm still a bit away from breaking through. Lu Ming frowned. His cultivation had stopped at the top of the 7th Godly Emperor layer. He couldn't break through to the 8th Godly Emperor layer. If I had a few more secret technique runes, I might have been able to break through, thought Lu Ming. Then he sensed the great devil sword art and found that it hadn't changed. When he used it, it didn't become stronger either. It seemed that merging with the secret technique rune of the great devil sword art didn't give him any other benefits. It's been a while. I'm sure the ancient sorcerer shrine has already started taking action. I should leave first. If I stay in one place, they'll find me easily. Immediately, Lu Ming left the place and flew toward the north. He had done his research before and knew that the ancient sorcerer shrine was in the south of the great ancient world. The great sorcerer shrine was in the north of the great ancient world. Since the ancient sorcerer shrine was chasing him, he decided to go to the great sorcerer shrine. Even though he wasn't sure whether the great sorcerer shrine would chase him or not, it was better than staying there. Very quickly, a day passed. Unfortunately, before he could leave the territory of the ancient sorcerer shrine, the strong cultivators of the ancient sorcerer shrine found him. Lu Ming was flying when the void collapsed all of a sudden. A few attacks blasted toward Lu Ming from all directions. They were so powerful that it made one's countenance change. There were 3 attacks, all from cultivators of the second godly emperor layer. In an instant, Lu Ming judged the ability of the person who attacked him. Chapter 41:33. 3 cultivators of the second great supreme god layer were attacking him at the same time. He couldn't stop them on his own. However, Lu Ming had been on high alert during this period of time. He was prepared to be sneak attacked at any moment. Therefore, the moment the other party attacked, he activated the first-level heavenly soldier armor to defend himself. 3 explosions spread in the air. The 3 cultivators of the second great supreme god layer were all blocked. However, the terrifying strength still sent Lu Ming flying. He crashed on the ground, creating a crater. But as soon as Lu Ming crashed on the ground, he rose up in the air. At the same time, the Zephyr Pearl appeared in his hand. A tornado appeared and moved towards the 3 cultivators of the second great supreme god layer. The 3 cultivators of the second great supreme god layer attacked and blocked the tornado. That little boy is here. Kill him. Don't let him escape. At that moment, many people were shouting furiously. The sky was collapsing. Silhouettes kept appearing around them. So many people? Lu Ming's facial expression changed drastically. Lu Ming swept his gaze across and saw dozens of figures. There were no less than 50 of them. Some of them had strong qi, some were weak. But the weakest one had the strength of the first great supreme god layer. The strongest one had the strength of the second great supreme god layer. There were too many cultivators of the second great supreme god layer. Lu Ming sensed at least 10 cultivators of the second great supreme god layer. 10 cultivators of the second great supreme god layer gathered together. Their fighting strength was terrifying. Even though Lu Ming had the first-class celestial battle armor, he couldn't block them for a long time. Those people attacked as soon as they saw Lu Ming. Shush, 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 more than 50 attacks moved towards Lu Ming at the same time. It was a terrifying scene. Lu Ming didn't dare block those attacks. Even if they weren't as strong as the attacks of a cultivator of the third great supreme god layer, they weren't much weaker. After a few attacks, the first-class celestial battle armor wouldn't be able to withstand them. Great teleportation technique. With a thought, Lu Ming cast the transference skill. His body disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he had already avoided these attacks and was thousands of miles away. Then, he quickly flew in a direction. It's the great teleportation technique. Chase, quickly report this to the protector, shouted furiously. A dozen cultivators of the second great supreme god layer turned into beams of light and chased after Lu Ming. Behind them, the cultivators of the first great supreme god layer also chased after Lu Ming. Cultivators of the second great supreme god layer were extremely fast. Even though Lu Ming used the great teleportation technique, he couldn't get rid of them. With the greater teleportation technique, the higher one's cultivation, the further one could teleport. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could not teleport too far in one go. In the blink of an eye, the 2 parties had traversed a long distance. Danger! Suddenly, Lu Ming felt a fatal crisis. Above his head, there was a destructive force surging towards him. It was incomparably terrifying. Lu Ming wanted to cast the transference skill to evade it, but he was shocked to discover that the transference skill actually failed. The main reason was that the force was too terrifying. The space in all directions seemed to have solidified. It was affected by the destructive force. Lu Ming could only use the celestial soldier's armor to block it. Boom! In the next instant, the destructive force bombarded the celestial soldier's armor and an earth-shattering explosion sounded. Lu Ming's body was smashed into the ground again, creating a huge crater that was a few thousand li deep. Lu Ming felt numb all over and coughed up blood. Read ebooks. At the same time, he realized that the celestial soldier's armor was dimming. It was like a candle that could be extinguished at any moment. Third Great Supreme God Layer. A thought emerged in Lu Ming's mind. That attack a moment ago had been too terrifying. It had far surpassed the strength of a cultivator of the Second Great Supreme God Layer. Even the celestial soldier's armor had become dim after blocking that attack. It was definitely a cultivator of the Third Great Supreme God Layer. Cultivators of the Second Great Supreme God Layer didn't have such high attacking power. The celestial soldier's armor couldn't block a single attack from a cultivator of the Fourth Great Supreme God Layer or higher. If it had been a cultivator of the Fourth Great Supreme God Layer or higher, he would have died already. Lu Ming didn't even think about it and used the greater teleportation technique again. This time, he succeeded. Lu Ming disappeared and reappeared in another place. "You want to leave? I'm here." "You can't leave," said a cold voice. Two beams of sword light shot towards Lu Ming. Then, a tall and sturdy silhouette rushed towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. At that moment, Lu Ming finally saw the other person's face clearly. It was a tall and sturdy man with a thick beard. That tall and sturdy man must have used some kind of ancient secret technique. His chi was overbearing and filled with destructive energy. He was extremely fast and kept getting closer to Lu Ming. "I can't fight against a cultivator of the Third Great Supreme God Layer. The celestial soldier's armor can block one attack, but it won't be able to block a second one. If I fight him head-on, I'll die. I have to run." Lu Ming didn't hesitate. He used the greater teleportation technique again and disappeared from where he was standing. He had realized how strong a cultivator of the Third Great Supreme God Layer was. Even if he used his full strength to activate the mysterious ice rod, he still couldn't defeat him. However, a cultivator of the Third Great Supreme God Layer was too strong. He had locked on a Lu Ming. Even if Lu Ming used the greater teleportation technique, he couldn't escape. The distance between the two sides was getting shorter and shorter. "I can't go on like this. I have to fight." There was a glint in Lu Ming's eyes. With a move, he changed his direction and flew toward the large group of God Thearch realm experts. "Stop him. Buy time for the protectors. Once the protectors arrive, he'll definitely die." Die! The first ones to meet Lu Ming were a dozen cultivators of the Second Great Supreme God Layer. They all roared furiously and attacked Lu Ming. The dozen or so attacks were like an avalanche. It was extremely terrifying. Zephyr Wind Barrier. Lu Ming first released the Zephyr Wind Bead Strength and turned it into a Zephyr Wind Barrier. Then he took out the mysterious ice staff, activated it with all his strength, and struck out. The dozen cultivators of the Second Great Supreme God Layer attacked the Zephyr Wind Barrier. The Zephyr Wind Barrier couldn't withstand the attacks of a dozen cultivators of the Second Great Supreme God Layer, and it immediately broke apart. However, he still managed to use some of the Zephyr Wind Barrier's strength. Then he used the mysterious ice rod to break apart some of the attacks. Lu Ming's silhouette flickered, and he moved towards one of the cultivators of the Second Great Supreme God Layer. When that cultivator of the Second Great Supreme God Layer saw Lu Ming approaching him, his face changed drastically and he instinctively retreated. However, Lu Ming's target wasn't him. Lu Ming flashed and arrived in front of the cultivators of the First Great Supreme God Layer. Die! The mysterious ice rod was incomparably huge, and when it struck out, it transformed into 9 rod shadows. Chapter 41:34. Lu Ming used the ancient secret skill to kill 9 first-level Emperor God cultivators in one move. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the 9 secret skill runes in his hand. There was no time to think too much about it. As soon as the 9 secret skill runes were in his hand, Lu Ming frantically injected forbidden power into them to obliterate the intelligence within the secret skill runes. At the same time, the mysterious ice staff did not stop and continued to attack. Swish, 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 the stick shadow was terrifying. It could destroy the starry sky. Ordinary cultivators of the first great supreme god layer couldn't resist it. They kept exploding under the pressure of the stick shadow. Their bodies turned into talismans and symbols of secret techniques. Lu Ming grabbed all of these secret technique runes in his hand and constantly used his forbidden power to erase the intelligence within. "Brat, you're courting death," shouted the cultivator of the third great supreme god layer furiously. He dashed towards Lu Ming. However, when the other party approached, Lu Ming used the greater teleportation technique. His figure flashed and appeared in another place. The cultivator of the third great supreme god layer continued chasing Lu Ming, but Lu Ming flashed again and went back to the group of cultivators of the first great supreme god layer. "Not good, Dod. Run." Those cultivators of the first great supreme god layer were scared out of their wits and started running away. They were all transformed from ancient secret techniques. They had experienced countless years and countless trials and tribulations before they were able to gain sentience and take human form. They didn't want to die. In reality, they were thinking too much. Lu Ming had no intention of killing them at all. He already had 15 secret technique talismans in his hand, and he was trying his best to erase the intelligence inside. If he wanted to add more, he wouldn't be able to do it all at once. He kept using the great teleportation technique to dodge the cultivator of the third great supreme god layer. At the same time, he was destroying the spirit inside the talisman. Finally, after dodging several times, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He had succeeded. The first 9 secret technique runes that he had obtained had already lost their intelligence. As soon as the intelligence within the secret art runes was wiped out, Lu Ming immediately fused the 9 secret art runes into his 9 cells. Afterwards, powerful and pure energy immediately surged out from the 9 cells, pouring into every single cell and constantly transforming into forbidden energy. Boom! Lu Ming's body was shaking violently. He wanted to break through to the 8th godly emperor layer. Almost there, shouted Lu Ming furiously. He could sense that he was about to break through to the 8th godly emperor layer, but he still needed a little bit more, just a little bit more, kill. At this moment, there was a loud roar. A gigantic palm print came crashing down on Lu Ming, filled with a destructive power. It was the cultivator of the third great supreme god layer. Not good. Lu Ming's heart shook, and he hurriedly used the greater teleportation technique to leave. However, this time his opponent was too close to him, and the use of the greater teleportation technique was not as smooth as before. It was as if he had fallen into a quagmire and was slightly slower. However, in the end, Lu Ming still managed to cast it successfully. He was just a bit slower, and Lu Ming was still swept away by a wisp of destructive power. Lu Ming reappeared 1,000 li away. Half of his body had disappeared. He had been hit by that wisp of destructive power. What a terrifying destructive power. But is that guy a manifestation of the Great Destruction Technique? A thought emerged in Lu Ming's mind. The Great Destruction Technique was one of the top 3,000 ancient secret skills. It was ranked in the top 100. Once a cultivator mastered it, their movements would be filled with destructive power. However, Lu Ming had a forbidden body. Even if half of his body was destroyed, it didn't affect him too much. On the contrary, it stimulated his potential. His cells were constantly being stimulated, and his injuries were healing at an incredible speed. After using the greater teleportation technique, He used it a few more times to increase the distance between him and his opponent. He wanted more time to recover. All right. All of a sudden, Lu Ming was overjoyed. The spiritual intelligence of the remaining 6 secret skill runes in his hands had been obliterated. Lu Ming immediately put the 6 talismans into his 6 cells. The next moment, a surge of energy emerged from each of the 6 cells. Lu Ming immediately made use of this energy to break through to the next realm. Boom! This time, there was a booming sound coming from Lu Ming's body. Then his aura skyrocketed rapidly. He had broken through. Lu Ming had finally broken through to the 8th Godly Emperor layer. After breaking through to the 8th Godly Emperor layer, Lu Ming's strength had increased dramatically. His forbidden strength had also increased. His body was recovering at an incredible speed. After breaking through to the 8th Godly Emperor layer, the half of his body that had been destroyed started recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a few seconds, his body was completely healed. This little boy, the others, including the cultivator of the 3rd Great Supreme God layer, were astonished. They couldn't believe their eyes. Then, they were filled with murderous intent. Die! I must kill this little boy, shouted the cultivator of the 3rd Great Supreme God layer. Then, he threw himself at Lu Ming again. His speed was astonishing. Wherever he passed, the space around him was destroyed. He turned into a wave of destruction and moved towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming had hesitated to break through to the 8th Godly Emperor layer. Now, it was too late for him to dodge. He could only face it head-on. Block it! Lu Ming took out the Bingxian rod and smashed it out. After breaking through to the 8th Godly Emperor layer, Lu Ming's fighting strength had increased tremendously. His mysterious ice staff was also much more powerful. Boom! The mysterious ice rod and the destructive force heavily clashed against each other, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The void where the collision occurred was completely turned into a chaotic mess. Afterward, the Bingxian rod vibrated continuously. Lu Ming's expression changed. He could feel a terrifying force surging toward him. His body retreated rapidly until he was thousands of miles away. Even so, there was still a gush of destructive force bombarding Lu Ming's body. However, Lu Ming had 2 layers of defense. The first layer was the first-tier Celestial Soldier's armor. However, the first-tier Celestial Soldier's armor had already blocked his opponent's attack, so it didn't have much defensive strength left. The other layer of defensive power was the defensive power of the Great Defensive Technique. In terms of defensive prowess, the Great Defensive Art was ranked in the top 3 among the 3,000 ancient secret skills. Naturally, its defensive prowess was extremely strong. However, under the power of destruction, the defense of the Great Defensive Technique was still penetrated. However, after the mysterious ice staff and the other layers of defense, the destructive strength had weakened a lot. The remaining strength couldn't injure Lu Ming. Lu Ming just coughed up blood. He was fine. The 3rd Great Supreme God layer is really strong. Even though I broke through to the 8th Godly Emperor layer and used the mysterious ice staff, I still can't compete with him. But I can still resist for a while. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. Compared to before his breakthrough, his condition was already much better. With the strength of the 7th Godly Emperor layer, even if he used the mysterious ice staff, it would be difficult for him to resist. Chapter 41:35. Lu Ming guessed that if he broke through to the 9th Godly Emperor layer and used the mysterious ice rod, he would be able to compete with an ordinary cultivator of the 3rd Great Supreme God layer. It's best to leave. Lu Ming didn't hesitate. After being pushed back, he immediately used the Great Teleportation Technique to leave. His opponent only had the strength of the 3rd Great Supreme God layer. If 2 or more came, he wouldn't be able to escape. Besides, using the mysterious ice rod with his full strength consumed a lot of energy. Besides, he had just broken through, so he needed time to stabilize his cultivation level. You want to leave? Die! Shouted the cultivator of the 3rd Great Supreme God layer furiously. He chased after Lu Ming. But he had the Great Destruction technique, so he was good at using destructive strength, not speed. After Lu Ming broke through to the 8th Godly Emperor layer, he used the Great Teleportation technique to increase his speed. In terms of speed, he was already faster than his opponent. As for those who had the strength of the 3rd Great Supreme God layer and below, they didn't dare chase after Lu Ming. Just like that, one chased and the other ran away. Lu Ming constantly cast the transference skill, constantly changing his position. In particular, in an area with a complicated geographical position like the mountains, he could directly move behind a huge mountain, blocking the other party's line of sight. It would take some time for the other party to capture Lu Ming's exact location. In that case, the distance between the two of them would only increase. After a few hours, Lu Ming finally got rid of his opponent. But he didn't stop. He continued flying north. After flying for a long time, Lu Ming found a place to hide. Then he took out a large amount of spiritual wood hearts and started absorbing them. The energy of the spiritual wood hearts penetrated into his body, healing his injuries and stabilizing his cultivation level. After a few more hours, Lu Ming's condition finally recovered to its peak. He felt refreshed. He had never felt so good before. He had already stabilized his cultivation level of the 8th Godly Emperor layer. The first-class Celestial Soldier armor hasn't fully recovered yet. I need to leave first. Lu Ming's silhouette flickered and he left. He couldn't stay in one place for too long. Otherwise, the ancient sorcerer shrine's people would find him. Lu Ming kept changing directions and slowly headed north. After a period of time, the defense of the first-grade Celestial Soldier armor was finally restored. Suddenly, Lu Ming sensed the space in front of him fluctuating. Lu Ming didn't hesitate. He used the Great Teleportation technique and retreated 10,000 li away. Shwa shwa shwa. The void that Lu Ming had sensed earlier had been torn apart, and more than 10 figures appeared there. A powerful aura burst out from Putian. One of them had the strength of the 3rd Great Supreme God layer, and the others had the strength of the 2nd Great Supreme God layer. It seemed that the ancient sorcerer shrine had learned their lesson. They knew that a cultivator at the first stage of the Emperor God realm would be courting death in front of Lu Ming. Hence, they didn't send any cultivators at the first stage of the Emperor God realm. Don't let him escape. B. Lu to Lu Ming Qi of Great Qi, to heaven. Lu Ming's silhouette flickered. As he was about to retreat, he sensed the space behind him fluctuating violently. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and immediately moved to the right. As expected, a dozen silhouettes appeared behind him. The leader was also a cultivator of the 3rd layer of the Great Supreme God realm. The others were all cultivators of the 2nd layer of the Great Supreme God realm. There were already 2 cultivators of the 3rd layer of the Great Supreme God realm. Lu Ming didn't know them. Obviously, the ancient sorcerer shrine had sent a large number of strong cultivators to deal with Lu Ming. The 2 groups of strong cultivators chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming immediately used the Great Teleportation technique and teleported 10,000 li away. He wanted to teleport again, but suddenly his expression changed drastically. Not far from him, the space suddenly exploded. A gigantic fist moved towards Lu Ming. It contained a terrifying, destructive energy. It's that guy. The Great Destruction technique, thought Lu Ming. He didn't stop moving. The mysterious ice rod was already in his hand. At that moment, he used all his strength to activate the mysterious ice rod. Boom! The mysterious ice rod collided with the gigantic fist and exploded violently. The mysterious ice rod shook unceasingly and quickly shrank. There was still a powerful destructive energy moving towards Lu Ming. However, the Celestial Soldier armor had already been activated. The powerful destructive energy bombarded the Celestial Soldier armor. The Celestial Soldier armor shook violently, but in the end, it blocked the attack. The Celestial Soldier armor could block a full attack of a cultivator of the 3rd layer of the Great Supreme God realm. This time, even though the ancient sorcerer shrine had used all his strength, the mysterious ice rod had blocked more than half of the attack. The rest of the attack couldn't break the celestial soldier armor. Besides, the celestial soldier armor still had a lot of energy left. The celestial soldier armor could block many attacks of that level. Lu Ming finally let out a sigh of relief. With all kinds of weapons, Lu Ming wasn't as weak as he used to be when facing a cultivator of the third great supreme god layer. He could barely resist. At least, he had a better chance of escaping. With the help of this force, Lu Ming quickly retreated. Then, he used the great teleportation technique and reappeared 10,000 li away. A tall and sturdy figure appeared where Lu Ming had been standing. It was the Great Destruction Technique. "Little brat, if you want to die, keep running," shouted the Great Destruction Technique coldly. He was holding a person in his hand. Lu Ming's figure suddenly paused. There was a cold, murderous intent in his eyes. Because the Great Destruction Technique was holding a woman, Xianxia. That's right, the Great Destruction Technique was holding Xianxia. At that moment, Xianxiao's face was filled with hatred, madness, despair, and sadness. "Ancient Sorcerer Shrine, I curse you all! I curse you all!" Xianxia roared crazily. Her eyes were ferocious. "Shut up!" The Great Destruction Technique coldly shouted. A power burst out from his hand. Suddenly, Xianxiao's body went limp as if she had no strength left. "What did you do to her?" asked Lu Ming coldly. "I didn't do anything, little brat. If you surrender, this little girl can still live. Otherwise, she will die in the next moment. I know you have a good relationship. Can you bear to watch her die?" said the Great Destruction Technique coldly. "Muyin, don't worry about me. Go, go." At that moment, Xianxiao shouted again. "Xianxia, what's going on?" shouted Lu Ming. "Dead, they're all dead. These bastards of the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine destroyed the Sheng family. Because you stayed with Xianxia for a while, they destroyed the Sheng family. Grandfather is dead. Everyone else is dead." Xianxia shouted crazily. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The murderous intent in his eyes intensified. He had no relationship with the Sheng family. But just because he stayed with the Sheng family for a while, the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine destroyed the Sheng family and took Xianxia to threaten him. It was unforgivable. The killing intent in Lu Ming's heart was extremely strong. Chapter 4136. "Xianxia, I'm sorry. I've implicated you," Lu Ming said. "It's too late to say this now. Muyun, I only have one request now. Please avenge the Sheng family and make these beasts of the ancient shaman temple pay the price." Xianxia roared. It would be a lie to say that she did not regret it. If she could choose again, Xianxia would choose not to bring Lu Ming back to the Sheng family. But it was too late to regret now. She only had one thought, and that was revenge. But it was impossible for her to do it herself. She could only pin her hopes on Lu Ming. "Don't worry, I promise you. I will do my best to make the ancient shaman temple pay the price." Lu Ming made a promise. It was all because of him that the Sheng family ended up like this, leading to disaster. Xianxiao had helped him out of kindness, but it ended up like this. Repaying kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. This was Lu Ming's principle. Hearing Lu Ming's promise, Xianxiao's eyes finally showed a trace of relief. "Kid, did you hear that? Hurry up and surrender. Otherwise, I'll kill this girl immediately." The great art of destruction shouted coldly, and the power of destruction spread out from his palm. A part of Xianxiao's body immediately turned gray, and the life force was dissipating. "Stop!" Lu Ming shouted. "Muyun, leave quickly. Don't worry about me," Xianxia roared. At this moment, the experts from the other forces had already arrived. However, they did not approach. Instead, they used their power to seal the void and freeze the space. Because they knew the power of the great teleportation technique very well. As soon as they approached, Lu Ming could use the great teleportation technique to directly pass by them. Only by sealing the void could they stop Lu Ming. "Kid, why aren't you surrendering?" The great art of destruction spoke again, his eyes revealing ferocious killing intent. "Okay, I surrender." At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly said. "No, Miyun, don't surrender," Xianxia shouted. "Little girl, shut up." The great art of destruction shouted coldly, and a power entered Xianxia's body, making it difficult for her to speak. At this moment, Lu Ming moved. His figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, he appeared above the great art of destruction. Boom! The mysterious ice staff attacked with all its might, smashing down on the great art of destruction. The great art of destruction was slightly taken aback. Clearly, he had not expected Lu Ming to attack right after saying that he would surrender. While he was distracted, he missed the opportunity. Although he made a move in time, he was unable to mobilize his strength to its peak. Boom! He struck out with his palm, and a destructive palm energy bombarded the mysterious ice staff. Because great destruction had been hastily executed, he had not gathered all of his strength. After exchanging a blow with Lu Ming, he was immediately forced to retreat. He loosened his grip on Xianxia's hand. Good chance. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he reached out to grab Xianxia. Lu Ming suddenly made a move because he wanted to save Xianxia. "Muyun, hurry up and leave. Remember what you promised me." At this time, Xianxia looked seriously at Lu Ming. Suddenly, rays of light shot out from her body. No, Lu Ming was startled. Xianxia was going to burn herself and destroy herself. "You won't be able to escape if you take me with you. Hurry up and leave. Remember, avenge me." While Xianxia was talking, her body started to self-destruct. She turned into a rain of light and dissipated in the air. Damn it, the great art of destruction roared. He struck out with his palm, and a violent energy surged towards Lu Ming. Everything in its path was destroyed. Xianxia's body also turned into a rain of light and dissipated under the destructive energy. Boom! Lu Ming struck with the Bingxian rod, blocking the other party's land of destruction and retreating rapidly. "Stop him. He's going to escape." The great art of destruction roared and attacked Lu Ming crazily. At the same time, the other three cultivators of the third great supreme god layer also attacked Lu Ming. Two terrifying attacks came from two different directions towards Lu Ming. At that moment, Lu Ming's hair stood on end. The three experts of the third layer of the Emperor God realm were attacking at the same time. Their power was too terrifying. It was fatal to Lu Ming. "Let's go all out." At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of viciousness. In such a situation, he had no choice but to go all out. Lu Ming held the Zephyr Pearl in his left hand and the mysterious ice staff in his right. Whoosh! First, the Zephyr Pearl released a strong wind, which turned into a wind blade and moved towards the great art of destruction. Then, the mysterious ice staff also moved towards the great art of destruction. The two attacks collided with the great art of destruction. As for the other two cultivators of the third great supreme god layer, he didn't have time to deal with them. He could only rely on his armor and the great art of defense. And Xiao had come in with Lu Ming. After all, Xiao only had the strength of the top of the ninth godly emperor layer. Xiao turned into an armor and covered Lu Ming's body. Boom boom! A series of explosions erupted. Lu Ming's attack collided with the great art of destruction's attack, creating waves that filled the sky. After their attacks collided, the two cultivators of the third great supreme god layer also attacked Lu Ming. The two strong cultivators had joined hands to attack. They were too strong. The celestial soldier's armor had already consumed a lot of energy, and now the two cultivators of the third great supreme god layer had attacked it together. Then, it was the great defense technique and Little Ball's turn. Even so, Lu Ming was still injured. His body flew forward like a meteor. Up ahead was the great art of destruction. The great art of destruction had clashed with Lu Ming. He had initially held the upper hand. He had thought that he would be able to send Lu Ming flying. However, the two experts behind him had bombarded Lu Ming and had sent him flying. This time, the great art of destruction was caught off guard, and Lu Ming crashed into it head-on. He couldn't help but retreat repeatedly. "Die for me." By the time he reacted and wanted to kill Lu Ming Lu Ming had already seized the opportunity to use the great teleportation technique. He disappeared from his original spot and reappeared 10,000 li behind the great art of destruction. This was Lu Ming's escape route. The other directions were all sealed. Even with the greater teleportation technique, he couldn't teleport out. Only the space around the great art of destruction wasn't sealed. Therefore, Lu Ming didn't hesitate to use all his strength to charge towards the great art of destruction. Finally, Lu Ming managed to escape. However, Lu Ming had also paid a great price. The celestial soldier's armor couldn't be used for the time being. Its energy was completely depleted, and the armor itself was heavily injured. In addition, he had used the mysterious ice rod, the Zephyr Pearl, the celestial soldier's armor, and several ancient secret techniques at the same time. This had consumed a lot of his energy. He didn't have much taboo energy left. However, he had managed to break out of the encirclement. Once out of the encirclement, Lu Ming didn't stop. He continued to use the great teleportation technique to move forward. Chapter 41:37. Chase him. Don't let him escape. That little brat must die. The great art of destruction and the others roared furiously as they chased after Lu Ming. Especially the great art of destruction, he was furious. He wanted to crush Lu Ming's bones and scatter his ashes. Last time, Lu Ming had escaped from him. This time, the three great protectors had joined hands to attack Lu Ming. They had thought that Lu Ming wouldn't be able to escape. But in the end, Lu Ming had still managed to escape from their encirclement. Moreover, he had escaped in their direction. That was a great humiliation. If he didn't kill Lu Ming personally, he would become a laughingstock. The three cultivators of the third great supreme god layer were the fastest. They chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming kept using the great teleportation technique. In a flash, he was 10,000 li away. His speed was astonishing, especially since the great teleportation technique allowed him to teleport directly. He could ignore obstacles in front of him. Lu Ming kept using the great teleportation technique, using the mountains and other obstacles to delay his opponents. That way, the distance between them was slowly increasing. After a few hours, Lu Ming finally got rid of his opponents. Afterward, Lu Ming did not stop. He continued to fly toward the north. As he flew, he recovered the taboo power that he had consumed. Lu Ming obviously didn't want to kill his way to the ancient sorcerer shrine to avenge Xianxia and the others. With his current strength, he would be throwing himself into a trap if he went there. He should think of a way to increase his strength first. As for avenging Xianxia and the others, Lu Ming would do his best to do so. Of course, if he knew that he couldn't defeat them, Lu Ming wouldn't be so stupid as to throw his life away. The great art of destruction and the others were furious, but in the end, they had no choice but to return to the ancient sorcerer shrine. In the meeting hall of the ancient sorcerer shrine, there were almost 40 people sitting there. These 40 people were all great protectors of the ancient sorcerer shrine. The lowest cultivation level was at the third great god realm. There were 36 great protectors in the ancient sorcerer shrine. They were all extremely strong. That brat is very cunning. This time he escaped again. The great art of destruction said gloomily with an ugly expression. Now, where did that kid go? An old man in a white robe at the top asked. Facing this old man, the great art of destruction was very respectful and said, Hall Master, that kid is heading north. He should be heading towards the great shaman god temple's territory. He should be close to the great shaman god temple now. It's too late for us to chase after him. Great sorcerer temple? If that brat really defected to the grand shaman god temple, it will be detrimental to our plans. It seems like we can only use their own people to deal with that brat. Pass down my orders. Summon the outer world's people to see me. The white-robed elder, who was the ancient sorcerer shrine master, gave the order. Yes, immediately, a Dharma protector left the hall. The people in the hall waited quietly. Not long after, the protector that had left returned. However, he did not return alone. There were some other people following him. If Lu Ming were here, he would be shocked. This was because these people were the sky prides of the heavenly human tribe and the heavenly palace. They were led by Yiyu, young Master Yiyu. When the ancient sorcerer shrine master saw Yiyu and the others, he did not attack them. Instead, he smiled and cupped his fists. Greetings, Hall Master. Yiyu cupped his fists. The others also cupped their fists. May I know why the Hall Master has called us here? Yiyu continued. 39-inch, I have a favor to ask of young Master Yiyu. This is one of the conditions of our cooperation. The ancient sorcerer shrine master said. Oh, what is it? Just say it. Since we are cooperating, I will do my best to help you. Yiyu said, I want you to kill someone. A cold light flashed in the ancient sorcerer shrine master's eyes. He waved his hand, and a figure appeared in the air. This figure was Lu Ming. It's him. Yiyu's eyes flashed. Young Master Yiyu, this person also came from the outside world. You should know him, right? The ancient sorcerer shrine master said. Of course I know him. We came in together. Yiyu said. As soon as he said that, the atmosphere in the main hall suddenly changed and became a little cold. A few cold auras fell on Yiyu and the others. Some of the people around Yiyu suddenly became serious. Divine light surrounded their bodies, and they were ready to attack at any time. However, Yiyu's expression was normal. He smiled faintly and said, although we came in together, this kid doesn't know what's good for him. He's not on our side. If there's a chance, he'll make him die a horrible death. Oh, that's good. This kid has killed many of our people. Now that he's heading north, we can't find him. I hope you could take care of this kid. The ancient sorcerer shrine master said. That's easy. I happen to have a way to contact that kid. You can send a message to him and order him to stop somewhere. I'll send someone to kill him. Yi said. When they came to the Archean world, Yiyu was the leader. Therefore, Yiyu had a way to contact someone so that it would be convenient for him to dispatch people. Naturally, he also had Lu Ming's contact number. Yiyu immediately sent a message to Lu Ming through the illusory divine jade. The message was to ask Lu Ming to stop somewhere and report his location to him. When they met up with Lu Ming, they would act together. After the message was sent, they waited. At this moment, Lu Ming was flying quickly and also sensed the message from the illusory divine jade. Yiyu, haha, you're still using such a commanding tone. Is the heavenly human tribe really so high and mighty? Lu Ming smiled faintly and pretended not to see it. He continued flying. He couldn't be bothered with Yiyu and the others. It was so cool to act alone. If there were more people, wouldn't it be easy to expose that he could integrate secret skill runes? Moreover, he was very unhappy with Yiyu and the others. He couldn't be bothered with them. In the ancient sorcerer shrine, Yiyu and the others waited quietly at first with a confident expression on their faces. However, gradually, the confident expression on his face disappeared and was replaced by a trace of anger. Lu Ming still hadn't replied to his message. How dare he? Young Master Yiyu, how is it? Has he replied? Seeing Yiyu's expression, the ancient sorcerer shrine master asked. Not yet. Maybe he hasn't seen my message. I'll ask again. I don't think he has the guts to not reply to my message. Yi said. Then, he sent another message and continued to wait. Half an hour later, Yiyu's face was extremely gloomy. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He didn't reply again. Damn bastard. Yiyu roared in his heart. He had sent 2 messages in a row, but Lu Ming still hadn't replied. Was he ignoring him? It seems that he's not afraid of you at all. Chapter 41:38. Yiyu pulled a long face when he heard the ancient sorcerer shrine's leader. Maybe he didn't see it. I'll send another message. Yiyu sent another message to Lu Ming. At the same time, she was yelling in her heart, Lad, if you don't reply, I don't care what your reason is, whether you really didn't see it or not. I want you to die without a burial place. Another half an hour passed. Yiyu's face turned pale. Still no reply. Still no reply. Haha, Prince Yiyu, it seems like he didn't give you any face. Are you really the leader of the people from the outside world? The hall master of the ancient sorcerer temple said with a mocking tone. Leader, where did that little boy go? Where is he? I'll send people to chase him. I'll make him regret it, said Yi Yu coldly. Oh, you want to send people to kill him? Asked the ancient sorcerer shrine's leader. That's right, replied Yi Yu coldly. The ancient sorcerer shrine's leader didn't tell him how strong Lu Ming was. He also didn't tell him that he had sent a few cultivators of the third great supreme god layer, but none of them had been able to kill Lu Ming. Instead, he directly informed Yi Yu of Lu Ming's approximate location and the direction he was heading in. Lu Ming was about to enter the territory of the Great Sorcerer Shrine. The ancient Sorcerer Shrine and the Great Sorcerer Shrine were archenemies. Once they met, they would fight to the death. If Lu Ming entered the territory of the Great Sorcerer Shrine, the ancient Sorcerer Shrine would not be able to send people to pursue Lu Ming. That little boy is very strong. He's a good partner, but he killed so many of our strong cultivators. There's no room for negotiation. We can only take your head as a sacrifice, whispered the ancient Sorcerer Shrine's leader. Yeah, take a few people and bring me Mu Yun's head. The Great Sorcerer Shrine doesn't know that we've joined the ancient Sorcerer Shrine, so they won't do anything to you, said Yi Yu. Yes, said a young man of the Heavenly Human clan. He took a few other strong cultivators and left the palace. Young Master Yi Yu, I'll wait for your good news. However, if it's really not possible, don't force yourself. The matter half a year later is more important, the Hall Master of the ancient Sorcerer Temple said. Don't worry, I won't spoil your plans. When the time comes, I'll definitely get all the benefits you want. However, don't go back on your promises. Yi Yu said, don't worry, all of you only want the ancient secret technique. We only need to split some of our spiritual imprints for you to take away. It's not a big deal, the ancient Sorcerer Temple Master smiled. That's good. I'll take my leave then. Yi Yu said. With that, Yi Yu led the Heavenly Human tribe away. As soon as the Celestial tribe left, the Great Art of Destruction said, Home Master, I'm afraid the Yi Yu sect won't be able to take down that kid. Why didn't you tell him about Mu Yun's strength? Let him send out even stronger existences? Our most important target is the Great Ancient Dojo. Mu Yun's life or death is secondary. This time, we need Yi Yu and the rest to take down the Great Ancient Dojo. It's not good to cause too much trouble now and waste too much of our strength. We'll deal with Mu Yun after the matter at the Great Ancient Dojo is settled. The Ancient Sorcerer Temple Master said, I'm afraid that the Great Sorcerer Temple and Mu Yun are working together. Mu Yun's strength is not to be underestimated. I think that if Yi Yu and the rest meet Mu Yun in the Great Ancient Dojo, they won't be able to take him down. The Great Art of Destruction said worriedly, Your concern is not without reason. How about this? The two of you, one of you is good at tracking and the other is good at assassination. Sneak into the territory of the Great Sorcerer Temple and see if there's a chance to assassinate Mu Yun. The ancient Sorcerer Temple Master instructed. Yes. Immediately, two middle-aged men in black robes stood up to accept the order and left the main hall. The meeting came to an end. After 2 days of traveling, Lu Ming finally entered the territory of the Great Sorcerer Temple. Once he entered the territory of the Great Sorcerer Temple, Lu Ming was still cautious and did not let his guard down. This was because, like the ancient Sorcerer Temple, the people who ruled the Great Sorcerer Temple were also existences formed by the Great Ancient Secret Skill. The experts of the ancient Sorcerer Temple would want to kill him the moment they saw him. Perhaps the people of the Great Sorcerer Temple would do the same. Lu Ming continued to travel north. After a few days, Lu Ming came to a hidden mountain. He entered the mountain and cultivated in seclusion to stabilize his cultivation base. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. Rumble. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt the ground shake violently. Even the mountain was shaking violently. I've been discovered. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. In a flash, he left the mountain and appeared outside. It's them. As soon as Lu Ming left the mountain, he saw 4 figures. These 4 people were not from the Great Ancient World. They were from the Heavenly Human tribe. Mu Yun, you're here. The leader of the group was a young man from the Heavenly Human tribe. He had a head of golden hair and a high-nosed bridge. This young man was Yi Er. How did you find me? Why are you looking for me? Lu Ming was surprised. He did not expect that the people who found him would not be from the Sorcerer Temple, but from the heavenly human tribe. Let me ask you, why didn't you reply to young Master Yi's message? Yi'er asked. Why should I reply? Lu Ming asked. You're being disrespectful. Do you know who you are? Do you know who the heavenly human tribe is? It's your honor that young Master Yi sent you a message. Do you understand? Yi'er shouted in a cold voice. I don't understand. Please leave. Don't disturb my cultivation. Lu Ming said lightly. Kid, you're courting death. Another young man from the heavenly human tribe shouted coldly. His body was like a stream of light as he charged toward Lu Ming. His body was covered by a layer of strange light. He held a slender, long sword in his hand and stabbed it toward Lu Ming's glabella. It was extremely sharp and fast. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. The battle art was activated and his combat strength was increased by 6 times. He grabbed the air and a black demonic sword appeared in his hand. He also stabbed with the sword. With a clang, the 2 attacks collided. A dazzling light burst out and violent energy swept in all directions. Then the long sword in the hand of the young man from the heavenly human tribe vibrated violently. He was pushed back dozens of steps. His face was pale, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Your strength. How is that possible? The young man from the heavenly human tribe shouted in disbelief. He was pushed back by Lu Ming in one move, and even suffered some injuries. What a strong strength, what a strange power. To be honest, Lu Ming was also surprised. The young man from the heavenly human tribe was a cultivator of the 9th godly emperor layer. Lu Ming was not surprised by his cultivation level. Lu Ming was shocked by the other party's combat power that was beyond his level. If you like the 10,000 Dao Dragon Emperor, please collect it. Chapter 4139. What surprised Lu Ming the most was the other party's ability to fight above his level. Lu Ming judged that in the Divine Emperor realm, one could fight above 4.5 levels. In the Divine Emperor realm, there weren't many who could fight above 4.5 levels in the entire primitive universe. Each of them was a top-notch monster who was destined to enter the Universe Prodigy list in the future. Among the people Lu Ming had come into contact with, only the battle god Yuan 1, Ling Yue, and Xianxia had reached that level. It could be seen how rare it was to have such combat strength. Lu Ming had an impression of this heavenly human tribe youth in front of him. Among the dozen or so heavenly human tribe youths, he was a very ordinary member. He didn't expect the other party to have such combat strength. Could it be that the dozen or so heavenly human tribe youths who entered the great ancient world this time all had the combat strength to fight above 4.5 levels? That would be terrifying. This kid, Yale, and the others looked at Lu Ming in surprise. They clearly remembered that the last time they entered the great ancient world, Lu Ming was only a 7th-level Divine Emperor Realm cultivator. Now, he had reached the 8th-level Divine Emperor Realm. Muyan, how dare you fight back? How dare you? Let's attack together and kill him, Yale shouted. A powerful aura erupted from his body as he charged towards Lu Ming. The other 2 also attacked at the same time. The 4 heavenly human tribe geniuses attacked together with earth-shattering power. Each of their combat strength had definitely reached the Divine Emperor realm. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. Every cell in his body was trembling and emitting a dazzling light. He unleashed the Great God Wind technique and the Great Shattering technique together. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming waved his fists and threw out a dozen punches in a row to fight against the 4 heavenly human tribe geniuses. The rumbling sounds continued as the violent energy swept out in all directions like a tornado. Following that, several figures were forced to retreat. It was Yale and the other 3. Yale and the other 3 looked at Lu Ming in shock. Their hearts were in turmoil and they couldn't calm down. But they didn't know that Lu Ming was even more shocked. It's true. Even the weakest of them can fight someone who's 4.5 levels higher than him. That Yael can actually fight someone who's 5 levels higher than him. Out of the 4 heavenly human tribe youths, 3 of them were able to fight someone 4.5 levels above them. Yet, Yo was able to fight someone 5 levels above him. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Was this the innate talent of the heavenly human tribe? No wonder the heavenly human race could rule the primitive universe for countless years. Now, it seemed that the strength of the heavenly palace was beyond Lu Ming's imagination. It was unfathomable. In the godly emperor realm, those who could fight across 4 levels were candidates for the universe genius list. They had the potential to reach the godly master realm. As for those who could fight across 4.5 levels, their chances of breaking through to the divine master realm would be much higher. This time, the heavenly human tribe's prodigies who had entered the Archean world were definitely not the entire heavenly human tribe. It was very likely that only a portion of them were present. Just a part of it was already so terrifying. From this, one could see how terrifying the heavenly palace was. After countless years of accumulation, how many divine masters were there? The strength that the heavenly palace revealed to others was very likely only the tip of the iceberg. Lu Ming's heart sank. Moreover, the power that the other party used was extremely strange. It wasn't any kind of divine power, but its power was extremely terrifying and extremely powerful. Kill him with the ultimate weapon. Yale roared. A battle sword flew out from between his eyebrows. It was a golden battle sword, and the sword light shot up into the sky. The other 3 heavenly human tribe youths also used their ultimate weapons one after another. All of them had hidden powerful ultimate weapons. Now that they had used them, their combat power was even more terrifying. They wanted to kill Lu Ming with one move. This weapon, Wei said. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. He realized that the ultimate weapons used by the 4 heavenly human tribe youths were completely different from the divine weapons used by all the other races in the primitive universe. The refining principle was completely different. After all, the power they controlled was different from the divine power of the other races. The weapons they used were also different. They looked the same on the outside, but the principles behind them were different. It didn't feel like the cultivation system of the primitive universe. However, Lu Ming wasn't afraid. Buzz. His hand shook, and the mysterious ice rod was used. The rod's shadow was like a mountain, and it smashed toward the 4 heavenly human elites. Boom, 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 boom. The 4 huge rod shadows collided with the 4 heavenly human elites, and 4 earth-shattering booms erupted. Then, the 4 figures were sent flying backward. They crashed into several mountains, and blood spurted out of their mouths. The 4 heavenly human elites were severely injured in this collision. Lu Ming had shown mercy. Otherwise, the 4 of them would have been killed by Lu Ming. That's all you got. I'll let you go this time. Get lost, Lu Ming said coldly. He was still somewhat worried. After all, they were the prodigies of the heavenly human tribe. The heavenly human tribe was the ruler of the heavenly palace. After all, he was now in the heavenly palace. If he killed the 4 prodigies of the heavenly human tribe, the heavenly human tribe would definitely know. After all, the 4 prodigies of the heavenly human tribe were sent by Yi Yu to find him. If he really killed the 4 of them, they would not let him go when he left the archaic world and returned to the heavenly palace. At that time, he would have to run away before he saw the autumn moon. That was why he didn't kill them. Mu Yun, how dare you? How dare you injure us? You're courting death. Do you know that? Damn you, you lowly thing. The 4 young men of the heavenly human tribe roared angrily. Their eyes were wide open, and they looked like they wanted to eat Lu Ming. They were the heavenly human tribe, the rulers of the primitive universe. Who would dare to disobey them? When they walked out, even the big shots of the top 10 tribes had to be polite to them. Other than the heavenly human tribe, no one from the other tribes dared to attack them. But now, Lu Ming dared to injure them and ask them to get lost? How dare he? If you don't want to get lost, I'll send you on your way. Don't think that I don't dare to do that, Lu Ming said coldly. His eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. He had some scruples and could give in. However, if the other party went overboard and he couldn't give in, he would have to kill the other party. There was a limit to what he had scruples about. You, Yi and the other four turned pale. The murderous intent exuding from Lu Ming sent chills down their spines. After the fight, just now, they could feel that Lu Ming's real combat strength could really make them stay. If Lu Ming went crazy, they would be in danger. How could they take the risk so easily? In an instant, they made a decision in their hearts. Mu Yun, just you wait. Young Master Yi, you won't let you go. Let's go. Yi said viciously. Then, he turned and left with the 3 young men of the Heavenly Human Tribe. This is the Heavenly Human Tribe? They're just SOSO. Chapter 4140. In the past, in Lu Ming's mind, the celestial race was mysterious and unfathomable, high and mighty, looking down on all living things. Now, it seemed that they were no different from ordinary people. Perhaps because they were used to being high and mighty, their temperament was not even as good as the geniuses of ordinary races. When they encountered setbacks, when they encountered others who disobeyed them, they would go hysterical and lose their minds. This kind of person, other than being a little more talented, was nothing to be afraid of. There was a huge change in Lu Ming's impression of the heavenly human race. After Yale and the others left, Lu Ming also planned to leave. With a thought, Lu Ming used the greater teleportation technique and disappeared from his original spot. However, in the next moment, he appeared dozens of miles away. He could at least teleport tens of thousands of miles away by using the greater teleportation technique. How could he appear only dozens of miles away? Lu Ming's expression changed. The space has been sealed. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. At this moment, a terrifying sword light suddenly appeared above Lu Ming's head and stabbed towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Fortunately, Lu Ming's reaction was fast enough. When he felt that the space had been sealed, he subconsciously activated the first-class celestial soldier armor, and a layer of light enveloped his entire body. Clang! The sword light stabbed the light shield activated by the first-class celestial soldier armor, emitting an ear-piercing sound. The light barrier trembled incessantly as terrifying sword chi burst forth, slicing open hideous cracks in the void. Lu Ming felt that the tip of the sword light was crazily stabbing inside. Slowly, a crack appeared in the light shield, and the tip of the sword pierced into the light shield. However, it was also the limit. In the end, the sword light did not pierce through the light shield's defense. Instead, it was a powerful force that smashed Lu Ming to the ground, creating a huge crater. Lu Ming spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and used all his strength to leave the place, cautiously staring at the sky. A figure appeared in the sky. It was a thin, middle-aged man holding a slender longsword in his hand. It was this sword that had stabbed him just now. What a terrifying sword technique. He only has the strength of the 3rd Great Supreme God Layer, but his attacks are even more powerful than the Great Destruction technique. Lu Ming's expression was very solemn. The skinny middle-aged man in front of him had shockingly powerful attacks. Previously, the full power strike of the Great Art of Destruction had not been able to break through the defense of the 1st-grade Celestial Soldier battle armor. But just now, the opponent's sword had nearly pierced through the 1st-grade Celestial's armor. The tip of the sword had successfully pierced through the 1st-grade Celestial's armor. If he had been any stronger, Lu Ming would have been in danger. That person's fighting strength had almost reached the limit of the 3rd Great Supreme God Layer. Then, Lu Ming looked in another direction. Because in another direction, Lu Ming saw another middle-aged man. He was also wearing a black robe, but unlike the previous person, this person's body, including his face, was completely shrouded in the black robe. His appearance could not be seen clearly, but he still gave Lu Ming a very frightening feeling. 3rd Great Supreme God Layer. Lu Ming instinctively felt that the second person had the strength of the 3rd Great Supreme God Layer as well. The second person was standing in the distance, blocking Lu Ming's escape route. Ancient Sorcerer Shrine, Lu Ming said coldly. That's right. The skinny middle-aged man, with a long sword in his hand, said coldly. He stepped in the air, and with every step he took, his aura grew stronger, and so did his sword chi. He was gathering energy. The reason why he did not attack immediately was because he wanted to gather energy. When his chi reached the peak, he would be able to launch a powerful attack. Shua. Lu Ming used the great teleportation technique again and moved in another direction. Facing such an expert, he could only run. The first grade celestial soldier battle armor had already blocked the opponent's attack. Its energy was almost exhausted. It could not block the second attack. Now, he could only rely on himself. However, Lu Ming's figure appeared dozens of li away. The space there was also sealed. You can't escape. We arrived before you, but we didn't attack immediately because we were sealing the space. We know that you can use the great teleportation technique, but it has a weakness. If we seal the space, you won't be able to escape, said the skinny middle-aged man coldly. While speaking, his chi became even stronger. Lu Ming looked dignified. He held the Zephyr Pearl in his left hand and the mysterious ice rod in his right hand. He could only risk his life. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, there was a violent explosion in the sky. The earth and sky were shaking violently. It was not the skinny middle-aged man who attacked. It was also not the other person in the black robe who attacked. Of course, it was not Lu Ming who attacked either. The explosion came from another direction. That direction was shaking violently. Cracks appeared in the space there. Through the cracks, a few silhouettes could be seen outside. It was those few figures who were bombarding the void. The sealed void was about to be blasted apart. Grand Sorcerer Temple. The skinny middle-aged man's face changed. He could not care less about gathering his chi. He became one with his sword and turned into a sharp sword light, stabbing towards Lu Ming. It seemed that he was worried about the silhouettes outside. He wanted to kill Lu Ming before they came in. The sword light was too fast and too sharp. Its power was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming did not hesitate at all. He activated the two types of lethal weapons with all his might. A terrifying gale rushed out of the Zephyr Pearl and turned into a wind blade, flying towards the skinny middle-aged man. At the same time, the mysterious ice rod grew rapidly and smashed towards the skinny middle-aged man. Boom! Puff! The sharp sword light collided with the Zephyr wind blade. At first, there was a loud explosion. Then there was a clear sound. The sword light successfully pierced through the Zephyr wind blade and continued to stab towards Lu Ming. Then it hit the mysterious ice rod. At this moment, hundreds of millions of sword chi burst out from where the sword tip and the mysterious ice rod collided. Buzz! The Bingxian rod vibrated violently and buzzed continuously. The powerful force caused Lu Ming to retreat violently. In the process of retreating, there were still small sword chi that landed on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was covered with sword wounds and blood flowed out. Although Lu Ming had blocked the main attack of the sword light, there were still some scattered attacks that landed on his body, causing him to be covered with wounds. Lu Ming flew dozens of miles away and crashed into a piece of space. The space was like an invisible wall that was vibrating because of Lu Ming's collision. It was a sealed space. On the other side, the sword light disappeared and the skinny middle-aged man was revealed. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He did not seem to have expected that he would not be able to kill Lu Ming with his attack. At this moment, there was an explosion in the space. It sounded like glass shattering. Then, a few silhouettes rushed in. Chapter 41:41. The void that had been attacked earlier shattered like glass, and several figures rushed in. Swoosh! A few figures rushed in, and a saber light slashed towards the skinny middle-aged man. Its power was shocking. The skinny middle-aged man raised his sword to block the attack. With a loud clang, the skinny middle-aged man's body trembled as he retreated continuously. This is the territory of the Great Sorcerer's Shrine. How dare you come here? You're courting death. A burly man with a full beard, holding a pitch-black saber, grinned and rushed towards the skinny middle-aged man, revealing a strong fighting spirit. Let's go. The skinny middle-aged man glanced at Lu Ming with a cold glint in his eyes. A jade token appeared in his hands. With a click, he crushed the jade token. Immediately, an invisible force shrouded him, and his figure disappeared from the spot. At the same time, another figure who had been wrapped in a black robe also disappeared from where he stood. The two strong cultivators of the ancient sorcerer shrine had disappeared without a trace. "You're fast," said the skinny middle-aged man. The burly man with a full beard sneered and looked at Lu Ming. There were two other people with him. One of them was an old man, and the other was a middle-aged woman. Their chi was unfathomable. Lu Ming guessed that they were probably cultivators of the third great supreme god layer. Lu Ming was on his guard. The two killing weapons in his hands were ready to strike at any time. From their conversation, Lin Fan could tell that they were from the Grand Sorcerer Shrine. The Great Sorcerer Shrine was the same as the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine. They were both controlled by a secret technique. The Ancient Sorcerer Shrine's secret technique had attacked Lu Ming as soon as they had seen him. He couldn't be sure that the Great Sorcerer Shrine's strong cultivators would do the same. Even though they had saved him, he couldn't let his guard down. "Are you Mu Yin?" The burly man with a full beard looked at Lu Ming and asked. "How do you know my name?" asked Lu Ming. "The Ancient Sorcerer Shrine has been trying to kill you." "How can we not know?" said the bearded man with a smile. Lu Ming understood in his heart. The Great Sorcerer Shrine and the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine were enemies. They had been fighting for a long time. How could they not have their own people in each other's territory? It wasn't strange that the Great Sorcerer Shrine knew what had happened in the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine. "Why did you save me?" asked Lu Ming. "It's simple. We want to cooperate with you," said the bearded man. "Cooperate with me? Ancient Sorcerer Shrine's secret technique. Didn't you want to kill me? Why do you want to cooperate with me?" Lu Ming expressed his doubts. "Yes, that. You're from the Heavenly Palace, right? The Heavenly Palace has a great enmity with the greater ancient world. Originally, we would not let you off, but the situation has changed," the bearded man said. "Sorcerer? What?" Lu Ming asked. He still did not believe the other party. "We need your help. Therefore, we can turn enemies into friends," said the bearded man. "You need my help. Why should I believe you?" asked Lu Ming. Lu Ming wouldn't believe them easily. If they said that on purpose to make him lower his guard and wait for an opportunity to kill him, wouldn't he be innocent? Because the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine has cooperated with your people. Think about it. Your companions came to find you. But why didn't the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine attack them? Why did they only attack you? Said the bearded man. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The companions he was referring to were Yale and the others. Indeed, why didn't the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine kill Yale and the others but let them go? Could it be that the heavenly human tribe had really cooperated with the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine? Afterward, Lu Ming recalled that you had sent him 3 messages consecutively, asking him to stay at a certain place and giving him the specific address. Previously, he found it strange. Yi did not like him. Why would she suddenly send him a message and ask him to wait at a certain place? Now that he thought about it, it made sense if the heavenly human tribe had really cooperated with the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine. That might be what the Ancient Sorcerer Shrine had asked you to do. "How are you going to cooperate with me? What do you want me to do?" asked Lu Ming. "In the archaic world, there's a place called the Great Ancient Dojo," said the bearded man. "Great Ancient Dojo?" Lu Ming was puzzled. "You came from the outside, so you should know about the history of the archaic world. The archaic world was a core world controlled by the archaic divine court a long time ago, and all the archaic secret techniques were created by the experts of the archaic divine court. The Great Ancient Dojo is the place where the experts of the archaic divine court preach. The younger disciples of the archaic divine court listen to the Tao in the Great Ancient Dojo. At the same time, the Great Ancient Dojo is also the place where the experts of the archaic divine court comprehend the Tao. There are countless insights and Tao enlightenment marks left behind by the experts of the archaic divine court in there. We need you to enter the Great Ancient Dojo and bring out the Tao Comprehension Imprints, etc., and hand them over to us. If we can obtain those Tao Comprehension Imprints and Tao Comprehension Imprints, our cultivation bases will improve by leaps and bounds The bearded man gave a brief introduction. Lu Ming roughly understood. In the great ancient dojo, there were insights and Tao enlightenment marks left behind by the experts of the archaic divine court who had comprehended various archaic secret techniques. If one could obtain the corresponding insights and Tao enlightenment marks left behind by the experts of the archaic secret techniques, one's cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. For example, the great art of destruction. If one obtained the insights and Tao enlightenment marks left behind by the experts of the great art of destruction in the great ancient dojo, it would be a supreme treasure for the great art of destruction, which could help one's cultivation to improve by leaps and bounds. In the past, the archaic divine court was a huge force that could challenge the heavenly palace. The top experts of the archaic divine court were unimaginably strong, and the insights and Tao enlightenment marks left behind by the experts of the archaic secret techniques were no small matter. My cultivation is only at the divine emperor realm. There should be many people in the great sorcerer shrine who are stronger than me. Why don't you go in and cooperate with me? Lu Ming asked the question that had been on his mind. Because we both have archaic secret techniques and ordinary secret techniques, which were created by the experts of the archaic divine court. In their eyes, we're just tools. Tools have no place in the hearts of their masters. The bearded man chuckled. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The bearded man was right. Archaic secret techniques and ordinary secret techniques were created by the experts of the archaic divine court, so they were indeed like tools. Just like the weapons that they forged, they were actually tools. How high could a tool be in the eyes of its master? So, you can't enter the great ancient dojo? Lu Ming asked as he had an idea. Yes, you are very smart. The bearded man nodded. Chapter 41-42. The bearded man nodded and confirmed Lu Ming's guess. The great ancient dojo has a special restriction set up by the experts of the ancient divine court. Our ancient secret skills and ordinary secret skills can't enter. Originally, there were many living beings in the great ancient world. We were looking for them, but you guys came in. Your combat strength is very strong, surpassing the other living beings in this world. Therefore, we targeted you. As far as we know, the ancient sorcerer shrine has already cooperated with a group of people from the outside world. Therefore, the great sorcerer shrine naturally has to find someone to cooperate with. Otherwise, we won't be able to compete with the ancient sorcerer shrine. The bearded man explained. Since the ancient sorcerer shrine is looking for someone to cooperate with, why do they want to kill me as soon as they saw me? Lu Ming asked. Well, it should be because you met the people of the ancient sorcerer shrine too early. At that time, they didn't intend to cooperate with you. Later, you killed many experts of the ancient sorcerer shrine, so it's impossible to cooperate with them again. The bearded man said. Lu Ming was speechless. He knew that it was very likely that this was the case. How about it? It's impossible for you to cooperate with the ancient sorcerer shrine anymore. Cooperate with the great sorcerer shrine. If you have any requests, just tell us. As long as you give us enough insights and imprints of the experts of the ancient divine court, we will try our best to satisfy your request. The bearded man said, If I want the ancient secret skills, can you give them to me? Lu Ming said. At the same time, he was prepared to attack. He was afraid that the bearded man would be angry and attack him after hearing his request. However, he was thinking too much. Haha, you only want the ancient secret skills? That's easy. We can give you the same amount of ancient secret skills according to the insights and imprints you give us, the bearded man said. You can give me the ancient secret skills without causing any harm to yourself? Lu Ming was surprised. Of course not. During the process of cultivation, we can separate a spiritual imprint every once in a while. The spiritual imprint contains all the cultivation methods of a certain ancient secret skill. We pass it to other living beings in the great ancient world through this method. Of course, we are not prepared. Forcefully removing the spiritual imprint will still cause some damage. The bearded man said. So that was how it was. Lu Ming recalled that when he was in West Raven City, The young man in West Raven City received the inheritance of secret techniques. Those inherited secret techniques were in the form of spiritual imprints, which should have been peeled off from the cultivation of these transfiguration secret techniques. All right, I promise you. Lu Ming thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Although the spiritual imprint couldn't be directly integrated into one's cells like secret skill runes, one had to comprehend it on their own. Furthermore, he would not be able to obtain the energy within the runes to increase his cultivation. However, there was nothing he could do about it. There were too many experts in the ancient Sorcerer's Shrine and the Great Sorcerer's Shrine. If he went against them, he would be hunted down by them, let alone get the secret skill rune. He might not even be able to survive in the end. To be able to obtain the ancient secret technique contained in the spiritual imprint was already very good. After all, their original intention in coming here was to obtain the ancient secret technique. They could keep it for themselves, or they could copy it and exchange it with the Heavenly Palace for merit points. There were many benefits. All right, haha, in order to trust each other, we can swear on our life origin. The bearded man was overjoyed and immediately swore on his life origin that he and Lu Ming were sincere in their cooperation. Then, Lu Ming also swore an oath. This way, both parties could rest assured. After the oath, Lu Ming immediately followed the bearded man to the Great Sorcerer's Shrine. As long as they went to the Great Sorcerer's Shrine, they would not have to worry about the revenge of the ancient Sorcerer's Shrine. After a while, Lu Ming, the bearded man, and the others arrived at the Great Sorcerer's Shrine. Muyin, let me introduce some people to you. The bearded man said. Some people? Lu Ming was puzzled. Who was the bearded man going to introduce to him? The people who had entered the great ancient dojo with him? Not long after, Lu Ming met a group of people in a palace. It's you guys? Lu Ming was surprised. This group of people was the same as him. They were all first-class heavenly soldiers of the Heavenly Palace. This time, the people who had entered the Heavenly Palace were mainly divided into 3 groups. One group was the young prodigies of the Heavenly Human Tribe. Another group was the core disciples of the important figures of the Heavenly Palace. There was another group of heavenly soldiers like Lu Ming. They were the top geniuses among the heavenly soldiers. All of them were first-class heavenly soldiers. Muyin, when the first-class heavenly soldiers saw Lu Ming, they were also surprised. I heard that Yi Yu and the others have already cooperated with the ancient Sorcerer's Shrine. Why are you here? Lu Ming asked curiously. Weren't these people always working with the Heavenly Human Tribe? Back then, he was the only one who had left the team and acted alone. But now, Yi Yu and the others were working with the ancient Sorcerer's Shrine, and these heavenly soldiers were in the Great Sorcerer's Shrine. This made Lu Ming curious. Sigh, with Yi Yu and the others, I'll do the dangerous work, and they'll get the benefits. How can we cooperate like this? That's right, so we might as well leave. Although they have a high status, they can't treat us like slaves. Muyin, you have foresight. If I had known, I would have left earlier. More than 30 heavenly soldiers complained at once. Lu Ming quickly figured out the reason. Lu Ming smiled inwardly. These first-class celestial soldiers were all top-notch geniuses in their own races or in the primitive universe. They were almost all candidates for the universe genius list. They were all proud and arrogant people, but in front of Yi Yu and the others, they were used as tools. They didn't get any benefits, so they were naturally unhappy. It was expected that they would part ways. Lu Ming chatted with them for a while and then left. Then, he followed the bearded man to meet the higher-ups of the Great Sorcerer's Shrine, such as the Shrine Master of the Great Sorcerer's Shrine. The two sides talked for a while and discussed the terms of their cooperation. After reaching an agreement, Lu Ming stayed in the Great Sorcerer's Shrine. Since there was still half a year before he entered the great ancient ritual ground, Lu Ming had nothing to do, so he might as well cultivate in peace. Right now, Lu Ming had too many secret skills to cultivate. He had obtained more than 20 new ancient secret techniques. Although he had integrated the secret technique runes into his cells, they were only at the beginner level. He had to keep comprehending and cultivating them to increase their power. In addition, Lu Ming had 15,000 types of ordinary secret skills that he needed to cultivate. Lu Ming thought for a while and decided not to cultivate those ancient secret techniques for the time being. It wouldn't be too late to cultivate them in the Creation Tower when he returned to the Heavenly Palace. First, he would comprehend some ordinary secret techniques and turn them into secret technique runes to fuse into his cells. That would also increase his strength slightly. Chapter 41-43. Lu Ming took out an ordinary secret skill and began to comprehend it. It did not take long for him to comprehend this ordinary secret skill successfully. It transformed into a secret skill rune and integrated into a cell. Of course, he had only reached the beginner level. He hadn't reached the great success level yet. In fact, Lu Ming didn't plan to reach the great success level. He would first reach the beginner level and merge it with his cells. He would then go to the Fortune Tower to improve it. Now that he had mastered the first one, he had to take out the second one. Just like that, Lu Ming focused on studying the secret skill. Time flew by. Half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Lu Ming and the others started to move out. Lu Ming and more than 30 first-class celestial soldiers. Apart from them, there's also a large group of living beings. These living beings were the living beings of the archaic world. There were a few hundred of them. They were all at the Emperor God realm, and they were all very old. They were all under the control of the great Sorcerer God Palace. Lu Ming glanced at them and sensed carefully. He had an idea. He realized that most of the living beings were at the first layer of the great Supreme God layer. There were only a few at the second layer and none at the third layer. It made sense. Under the rule of the Great Sorcerer Shrine, how could the Great Sorcerer Shrine allow such a powerful being to be born? If such a powerful being was born, it would most likely affect the Great Sorcerer Shrine's rule. It was necessary to control them properly. Of course, this was only Lu Ming's guess. There might be other reasons. Lu Ming and the others sized them up. These living beings also looked at Lu Ming and the 30-odd first-class celestial soldiers. Then, they were astonished and in disbelief. This chi, it doesn't seem like the chi of the archaic world. That's right. It should be the chi of the outside world. They're not from the archaic world. They're from the outside world. Many exclamations could be heard. Everyone stared at Lu Ming and the rest in shock. However, they were just curious. Just as Xianxia had said, these ordinary living creatures of flesh and blood had long forgotten the enmity between the heavenly palace and the ancient divine court. Naturally, they had no intention of killing Lu Ming and the others. All right, you guessed right. They are indeed from the outside world. This time, we are cooperating with the Great Sorcerer God Temple to enter the Great Ancient Dojo and fight for the insights and seals left behind by the strong cultivators of the ancient divine court. You must cooperate with each other. A rather dignified voice sounded out, and then a group of people floated over. This group of people were the experts from the Grand Sorcerer Temple. The bearded man who had brought Lu Ming here was also among them. However, he was standing at the back. The one in the middle was an old man with a white beard. He looked extraordinary and had the demeanor of a transcendent being. Greetings, Palace Master. Hundreds of great ancient worlds God Emperor realm experts bowed at the same time. Lu Ming also recognized that this person was the Hall Master of the Grand Sorcerer God Palace. Everyone, please follow me to the entrance of the Great Ancient Dojo. The Hall Master of the Grand Sorcerer God Temple said as he led the group away. Lu Ming and the rest followed closely behind. The group went deeper into the Grand Sorcerer God Temple and finally came to a huge platform in the depths of the Grand Sorcerer God Temple. There was a huge stone door on the platform. The stone door was tightly shut and it looked very old. This is the entrance to the Great Ancient Dojo. The Grand Sorcerer God Temple has one, and so does the Ancient Sorcerer God Temple. Both of them can lead to the Great Ancient Dojo. It is not time to open yet. Since it is not time to open yet, let me give you a general overview of the situation in the Great Ancient Dojo. There are a total of 7 dojos in the Great Ancient Dojo. They are all places where the strong cultivators of the ancient divine court preach. Each dojo has insights and seals left behind by the strong cultivators of the ancient divine court. They are very precious. However, one of the dojos is the main dojo. That is where the ancient divine court preaches. The insights and seals left behind are the most precious. At the same time, it is also the dojo that the ancient sorcerer god temple wants the most. As for the specific situation, I am not very clear about it. You will have to go in and check it out yourselves. The Grand Sorcerer God Temple Master gave them a rough overview of the situation in the Great Ancient Dojo. Then, everyone waited quietly. 3 days later, buzz. All of a sudden, the stone door began to tremble slightly. Rays of light began to emanate from the ancient stone door. Then, the stone door vibrated more and more vigorously. The light on the door became brighter and brighter. The eyes of the people from the Grand Sorcerer God Temple lit up. The Great Ancient Dojo had been sealed since the Great War in the Primordial Era. It had never been opened. After all the ancient secret skills had gained sentience and transformed, they had tried to enter the dojo, but to no avail. Was it finally going to open now? About 2 hours later, Kacha! The stone door made a Kacha sound, and a layer of divine light covered it. Then, the stone door slowly opened from the middle, revealing a dazzling scene inside. Yes, it was a dazzling scene. It was impossible to see the world behind the stone door. After a while, the stone door was completely open. Everyone, there is still a seal on the stone door. We cannot enter. You can go in. Let's go. The Grand Sorcerer God Temple Master said. Let's go. The beings from the great ancient world were the most enthusiastic. Some of them had already rushed out and entered the stone door. Without any resistance, they disappeared into the stone door. Then, everyone started to move and rushed toward the stone door. Lu Ming and the others also rushed through the stone door and disappeared. In the next moment, Lu Ming found himself on a flat land. What a tall mountain! Lu Ming looked ahead and saw a mountain that reached into the clouds. The mountain towered into the clouds. From afar, he could see many buildings and palaces on the mountain. Is this one of the dojos? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. There were 7 dojos in the Great Ancient Dojo. This should be one of them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The beings from the Great Ancient World rushed toward the mountain and the palaces. This mountain peak was a Taoist right, and was also the residence of the almighty experts of the primeval divine court. It was possible to leave behind insights or marks in any location, especially the palaces. Everyone, let's split up, Lu Ming said to the other first-class heavenly soldiers. Then he also rushed toward the mountain and one of the palaces. This guy is really arrogant. A heavenly soldier said unhappily. If he doesn't want to work with us, we can't be bothered to work with him. Let's go. Another heavenly soldier said. The 30-odd heavenly soldiers also split into 5 or 6 teams and flew to different parts of the mountain. Lu Ming was very fast. After a few breaths, he landed in front of the palace. Chapter 41-44. The door of the palace was open. Lu Ming looked expectant as he entered the door in a flash. However, Lu Ming's body was covered by the forbidden energy. After all, there might be threats in this place, so he had to be cautious. However, Lu Ming was overthinking it. After he entered the palace, he did not find anything unusual. However, to Lu Ming's disappointment, there were some things left behind in the palace, but they had all decayed. After all, too many years had passed. According to the Grand Magus Shrine Master, the great ancient ritual ground had been sealed after the battle between the Heavenly Palace and the ancient Divine Court. It had been 500 stellar years. What else could be left behind? Lu Ming wondered if the insights and marks left behind by those almighties could still be preserved. However, since he was already here, he naturally had to search carefully. Lu Ming looked around the palace and finally came to the back of the palace. Behind the palace was a courtyard. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a stone tablet. That is, Lu Ming's eyes widened. There was a mark on the stone tablet. This mark looked like it had been cut by a knife, and it was emitting powerful and strange waves. This is definitely the mark of some ancient secret skill. It must have been carved on the stone tablet by some almighties of the ancient divine court when they were comprehending something. This is the insight that those ancient secret skills wanted. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It seemed that the insights left behind by such almighties were very difficult to erase. After all, those almighties were too powerful. Let's not talk about other things. Just take the mark or mark left by almighties as an example. It would not disappear even after countless years. Let's not talk about almighties. If Lu Ming cultivated in seclusion in a certain place, his insights and aura would leak out and transform that place. For those low-level almighties, it was a sacred cultivation ground that could be preserved for a long time without dissipating. Put away. Lu Ming gathered his thoughts, and a wave of energy surged out and shrouded the stone tablet. Then he pulled it out forcefully. Rumble. The stone tablet was forcibly pulled out by Lu Ming and stored in an empty storage ring. Success. Lu Ming's face lit up. According to the agreement with the Grand Sorcerer Palace, with this stone tablet and the comprehension of the Archean secret skill on it, he could exchange it for another Archean secret skill from the Grand Sorcerer Palace. Having found something, Lu Ming's spirits were lifted, and he began to carefully search the palace again. On the other side, there was another courtyard. There was no stone tablet in this courtyard, but there was a cave behind it. Lu Ming walked into the cave and found a stone table in the middle of the cave. There was a jade talisman on the stone table. Lu Ming walked over and picked up the jade talisman. It works. Lu Ming was delighted. He had seen jade talismans before, but they had all lost their spirituality and turned into ashes as soon as he picked them up. But now, the jade talisman was still useful. Lu Ming looked at the surface of the jade talisman. There was no formation on the surface of the jade talisman. Lu Ming's spiritual consciousness could easily penetrate it, and he found a small figure flashing inside. It was another ancient secret technique. However, Lu Ming took a closer look and found that it was not a complete Archean secret skill. It seemed to be a trace left behind by a powerful being. Yes, it was just a trace of a trace. If someone who had cultivated this Archean secret skill were to study it, it would be a great inspiration for him and increase his comprehension. The Grand Sorcerer Palace wanted this kind of trace. Lu Ming revealed a smile and put it away. Lu Ming looked around but did not find anything. He immediately left the place and went to another palace. There were many palaces on this mountain. Lu Ming continued to search through a few more palaces and found something good. In total, he had obtained 9 kinds of insights or traces, which could be exchanged for 9 Archean secret skills. This palace is huge. I should be able to find something good. Lu Ming found a huge palace and rushed toward it. At the same time, he released his spiritual consciousness and shrouded the palace. However, he did not find anything after searching around. However, he made a great discovery at the back of the palace. There was a wall at the back of the palace. The wall was covered with various carvings. Lu Ming widened his eyes in surprise. He found that the carvings on the wall were the insights of various Archean secret skills, and they were emitting a strange aura. If he looked carefully, he could see that there were at least 10 different Archean secret skills. This was definitely a place of cultivation in the past. More than one expert had comprehended here and left their insights on the wall. I'm rich. Lu Ming was overjoyed. As there were too many auras on the wall, Lu Ming could not tell how many there were, but there were definitely more than 10 of them. How should I take it away? Lu Ming pondered. The wall was more than 300 meters in length and width. I'd better dig it out. Lu Ming decided to dig out the entire wall and take it away. After making the decision, Lu Ming took out a saber and began to dig. However, the wall, or rather, the entire mountain was too hard. The saber in Lu Ming's hand was an emperor-level divine weapon, which was used by divine emperors. It was very powerful, but when it hit the wall, it made clanging sounds and sparks. It was as if he had hit other divine weapons. He could only make a 1-meter deep mark with his saber. It was not easy to dig out the entire wall. However, it was understandable. If the stone wall was not hard, how could those powerful insights be left on it? Just how powerful were those experts? With just one attack, ordinary stone would instantly turn to ash. Moreover, it was impossible to keep it for so long. Lu Ming kept digging with his saber. After more than 10 minutes, he had dug out less than 1/10 of the wall. This was too time-consuming. If he spent too much time here, wouldn't the other comprehensions or imprints be obtained by others? At this moment, swoosh, 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 in a flash, more than a dozen figures rushed into the courtyard and stood in the air, emitting powerful auras. They were not other heavenly soldiers, but beings from the archaic world. These people were very old and had cultivated in the archaic world for many years before reaching the divine emperor realm. In the eyes of the ordinary people in the archaic world, they were superior beings. They came in with Lu Ming and the others from the Grand Magus Palace. It's that kid from the outside world. These people recognized Lu Ming as soon as they saw Lu Ming. Look at the stone wall. There are many ancient secret skills on it. I knew it. More than 10 pairs of eyes fell on the stone wall, revealing a scorching light. Chapter 41-45. More than a dozen people were staring at the wall greedily. Little boy, that wall is too big. You can't do it alone. You should leave. Leave it to us, said a skinny old man, smiling evilly. Don't worry, I can do it alone. I don't need to trouble you, said Lu Ming, pretending to be ignorant. They wanted him to leave and give the wall to them, but how could that be possible? Little boy, you're playing dumb, right? I'll tell you straight, we want that wall. If you don't want to die, piss off. Do you understand? The skinny old man snorted coldly, completely pulling down his face. I was the one who found this place first. I think the ones who should leave are you, said Lu Ming indifferently. He could see that most of the people there had the strength of the first great supreme god layer. Only the skinny old man had the strength of the second great supreme god layer. Lu Ming really did not take such a configuration to heart. You're so stubborn. Initially, we wanted to spare your life because you were cooperating with the great shaman shrine, but now it seems like you want to die. This time, it was another old man who spoke. That's right. I really don't understand why the Sorcerer God Temple would work with them. I don't think anyone from the outside world has reached the great emperor realm. They're all emperors. How can such trash compete with the ancient Sorcerer God Temple? Another old man said with a mocking expression, Little boy, I'll give you one last chance, piss off. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you face. I'll make this place your grave, said the skinny old man icily. His face was ice cold, and his eyes were filled with murder. Lu Ming's face sank as well. However, as soon as he shifted his gaze, he revealed a look of joy. Initially, I wanted you to leave, but now I've changed my mind. Stay here and help me dig out the wall, said Lu Ming. What? The old men were dumbstruck. What had Lu Ming just said? He wanted them to help him dig out the wall. Was he crazy? A cultivator of the 8th godly emperor layer dared act so arrogantly? Was he crazy? Were the people in the outside world all so confident? What's the point of talking so much nonsense with this kid? Since he doesn't know what's good for him, I'll kill him. An old man with 2 tentacles on his head shouted coldly and stepped out. His body was like a huge mountain as he rushed towards Lu Ming. The 2 tentacles on top of his head rapidly grew in size, like 2 incomparably huge sticks, and smashed towards Lu Ming with terrifying power. He was a cultivator of the first great supreme god layer. Facing such an attack, those below the emperor god level would not be able to withstand it at all. They would be smashed into meat paste. At least, that was what the god emperors of the archaic worlds thought. After all, the difference between a god emperor and a god emperor was too great. It could only be said that they were too inexperienced. Lu Ming's expression was calm. When the 2 tentacles were about to attack him, he stretched out a pair of big hands and grabbed upwards. His 2 palms rapidly grew in size until they were as large as a mountain. They also became even larger than the 2 tentacles. He grabbed the 2 tentacles with one hand. Then he swung it with all his might. Boom! In the end, the old man was smashed onto the ground. It was as if an earthquake had occurred. A huge crater appeared on the ground. The old man was lying in the crater, blood gushing out of his mouth. His body was twitching uncontrollably. His body was as soft as mud, and he couldn't move anymore. The other cultivators were astonished. Their eyes were wide open, and their mouths were wide open. They couldn't believe it, as if they had seen a ghost. In one attack, Lu Ming had killed a cultivator of the first great supreme god layer. That was an instant kill. Killing a cultivator of the first great supreme god layer in an instant wasn't strange at all. Any cultivator of the second great supreme god layer could do the same. The most important thing was that Lu Ming only had the strength of the 8th godly emperor layer. Lu Ming had just relied on his own strength. He hadn't used any external strength. That was too terrifying, too unimaginable. How could a cultivator of the 8th godly emperor layer be that strong? Was he from the outside world? Were all the people from the outside world so monstrous? At that moment, many thoughts flashed through their minds. Actually, it was normal. When Lu Ming had the strength of the 7th godly emperor layer, he was stronger than ordinary cultivators of the first great supreme god layer. Now that he had broken through to the 8th godly emperor layer, his fighting strength had increased tremendously. Even though he still couldn't compete with cultivators of the second great supreme god layer, he could easily kill ordinary cultivators of the first great supreme god layer. "Now, can you stay and help me dig the wall?" said Lu Ming indifferently, as if he had done something insignificant. "You're really strong. We made a mistake. We can give you the wall, but if you want us to stay and help you dig the wall, you're going too far," said the skinny old man of the second great supreme god layer. In his heart, he was already thinking of retreating. Even though he had the strength of the second great supreme god layer, he was much stronger than cultivators of the first great supreme god layer. He could easily kill ordinary cultivators of the first great supreme god layer. But Lu Ming was too terrifying. He only had the strength of the 8th godly emperor layer, and he was that strong. Who knew if he had other trump cards? He wasn't sure, so he decided to retreat first. He didn't want to compete with Lu Ming for the wall. Going too far? I don't think so. Everything depends on strength. If I wasn't as strong as you, I would have had no choice but to leave or die. But now I want you to help me dig the wall. I'm already being merciful by not killing you," said Lu Ming coldly. The skinny old man and the others pulled a long face. "Young man, you're too arrogant. You think you can defeat us?" said the skinny old man. He clenched his fists and released a terrifying chi. His terrifying chi increased the pressure on the battlefield by dozens of times. The other dozen cultivators of the first great supreme god layer also released their chi, getting ready to launch a thunderous attack. "Even though you can defeat a cultivator of the first great supreme god layer, I have the strength of the second great supreme god layer. The difference between the first and second great supreme god layers is," said the skinny old man, but Lu Ming didn't feel like talking nonsense. "You talk too much." A cold voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth. Unknowingly, the Bingxin cudgel had already appeared in his hands, and he directly smashed it toward the skinny old man. The mysterious ice rod became as large as a mountain as it squeezed the entire sky, creating a rumbling sound of air exploding. Its power was terrifying to the extreme. The skinny old man's face changed drastically. He turned deathly pale. He was terrified. The faces of the other cultivators of the first great supreme god layer turned deathly pale. Their eyes were filled with fear, and their bodies were shaking. They couldn't block it. They had the feeling that they couldn't block it. If it really fell, they would be smashed into ashes. Chapter 41-46. The skinny old man and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. Deep fear could be seen in their eyes. But at that moment, they had to fight back. They couldn't just sit there and wait for death. "Let's attack together," shouted the skinny old man. He used his strongest attack to attack the mysterious ice staff. At the same time, the other people also attacked. Their attacks were like meteors as they bombarded, the mysterious ice staff. They wanted to block it. However, Lu Ming was using his full strength. How powerful was the mysterious ice staff? It could already compete with cultivators of the third great supreme god layer. How could the skinny old man and the others resist it? The mysterious ice staff smashed down and destroyed the attacks. A terrifying force pressed down on them. Pong, pong. The skinny old man and the others trembled violently and fell to the ground. They coughed up blood, and their faces turned pale. They were terrified. Swoosh! Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared above their heads. His murderous qi poured down like mercury. "Don't kill me. I surrender. I surrender." That skinny old man was the first to shout. "I surrender too. Don't kill me. Surrender," shouted the others. "Since you've surrendered, why don't you get up and help me dig the walls? Are you going to lie on the ground and pretend to be dead?" said Lu Ming coldly. He had been merciful a moment before. If he had really killed them, they wouldn't have been able to say anything. Therefore, he knew that even though they were injured, they were only lightly injured and wouldn't hinder their movements. True enough, as soon as Lu Ming spoke, the skinny old man and the other 10 over people got up and helped Lu Ming to dig the stone wall obediently. With the addition of more than 10 people, the speed of digging the stone wall was very fast. In no time, the entire stone wall was dug out and Lu Ming kept it in his storage ring. The skinny old man looked at Lu Ming anxiously. He was afraid that Lu Ming would kill them all in a fit of anger. "Get lost," said Lu Ming while waving his hand. The shriveled elder and the others felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They immediately took to their heels and left faster than anything else, disappearing from this place in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming didn't linger either. His figure flickered as he left the area and continued to search for insights and imprints. Not long after, Lu Ming saw an interesting scene. In one of the palaces, there were also some great ancient world's divine emperors who wanted to deal with the other celestial soldiers and snatch their insights and imprints. In the end, they were defeated by the celestial soldiers using their ultimate weapons. Those celestial soldiers were all incredible geniuses. They had all become first-class celestial soldiers when they had broken through to the godly emperor layer, especially those who had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer. They weren't any weaker than ordinary cultivators of the first great supreme god layer. They could easily defeat cultivators of the second great supreme god layer. Most importantly, there weren't many cultivators of the second great supreme god layer in the great ancient world. Most of the celestial soldiers had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer. If they joined hands, how could the people of the great ancient world compete with them? Lu Ming smiled faintly and didn't mind. He continued to head towards the peak of the mountain. On the way, he collected the insights and imprints he saw. After a short time, Lu Ming arrived at the top of the mountain and looked around. Lu Ming was astonished. He discovered that the mountain was actually floating in midair. Clouds and mist were everywhere. It was like a celestial paradise. Through the clouds and mist, he could faintly see the other mountains. There were 6 mountains in total. They were arranged in a circle and floating in the air. There are chains connecting them. Lu Ming was astonished. He realized that there were 2 gigantic chains on the left and right of the mountain under his feet. They were connected to the other mountains. Those must be the other 5 dojos. Do I have to go through these chains to get to the other mountains? Lu Ming pondered for a moment. He then waved his hand and a divine weapon flew out. It wanted to fly directly to the neighboring mountain peak. However, it had just flown a short distance away from the mountain peak under his feet when a powerful force was born. The divine weapon directly exploded into pieces with a bang. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, if a person were to fly out rashly, they would probably explode into pieces like that divine weapon, not even leaving behind a corpse. Then, Lu Ming took out another weapon and flew out along the chain. This time, the weapon was fine. After the verification, Lu Ming rushed out and landed on the chain. Then, he strode forward and headed for the other mountain. Let's go there too. The group of first-class heavenly soldiers from the heavenly palace also followed Lu Ming to the same mountain. As for the great ancient world's emperor god experts, they went to the other mountain. Lu Ming was very fast. Like the wind, he soon arrived at the peak of the other mountain. The road is broken. I can't go to the next mountain. After arriving at the mountain, Lu Ming realized that there was another mountain on the other side of the mountain. It should be another dojo, but this time, there was no chain leading to the next mountain. There's someone. Then, Lu Ming realized that there were figures flashing on the other mountain. However, due to the clouds, his vision was blurry. He could only see the figures, but not their faces. Could it be that those people are from the ancient sorcerer temple? After the people from the ancient sorcerer temple entered, they appeared in the 3 dojos on the other side, while we appeared in the 3 dojos on the other side. The 3 dojos on the other side are not connected. The more Lu Ming thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. However, didn't they say that there were 7 dojos? Why were there only 6? Where was the 7th one? There should be a main dojo, right? Lu Ming looked around, but did not find the 7th dojo. Forget it. Let's search for insights and imprints first. Lu Ming shook his head and pounced on the palaces to search for insights and imprints. This mountain was similar to the previous one. It also had palaces. Most of the items in the palaces had decayed, but the insights and imprints left behind by the experts had been preserved. Of course, those that had been preserved were left behind by the top experts. Ordinary experts would not have been able to preserve them for such a long period of time. Fewer people came to this mountain, so the harvest was naturally much better. After plundering the entire mountain peak, Lu Ming obtained a total of more than 100 kinds of insights or imprints of ancient secret skills. This could be exchanged for hundreds of ancient secret skills. If he took them to the Heavenly Palace, how many merit points would he be able to exchange for? Of course, to be able to exchange for merit points, he needed to know that the Heavenly Palace did not have them. Since the Heavenly Palace already had them, he could only keep them and could not exchange them for merit points. While Lu Ming was plundering this mountain peak, on another mountain peak, where the emperor gods of the great ancient world were heading to, more than 10 people were surrounded by a large group of people. These people were the skinny old man and the others who had wanted to rob Lu Ming previously. Chapter 41-47. The skinny old man and the others were surrounded by another group of people. There were 50 or 60 people in that group. Fang He, what do you want? The skinny elder said with a gloomy expression. What do we want? It's simple. Give me all the imprints you've obtained, and I'll let you live, said the leader of the group, a white-haired old man with 6 arms. His name was Fang He, and he was smiling coldly. Fuck, shouted the skinny old man furiously. Even though they were all under the command of the great shaman shrine, they were divided into different groups. Fighting against each other was normal. Many of them hated each other. If they went to the great ancient shrine and looked for the imprints left behind by the strong cultivators of the ancient shrine, the great shaman shrine would give them great rewards. Of course, they would try their best to find the imprints. Fighting against each other was normal. It seems like you don't want to hand them over. Then, after killing you, I'll take them from you, said Fang He, smiling coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. All right, we'll hand them over, said the skinny old man, grinding his teeth. Even though he didn't want to, he had to hand them over. There were so many people on the other side, and some of them were cultivators of the second great supreme god layer. They couldn't compete with them. If they didn't hand them over, they would die. The skinny old man and the others took out all the imprints they had obtained and handed them over to Fang He and the others. We've already handed them over. If you don't believe us, I can swear on my life, said the skinny old man. Good, I'll let you live today. Let's go, said Fang He, waving his hand and leaving with his people. Damn that Fang He. Damn him. Damn him. After Fang He and the others left, the skinny old man roared in anger, his face twisted in anger. He felt so wronged. He had wanted to steal something from Lu Ming, but in the end, Lu Ming had easily defeated him. He had even been forced to dig a hole in the wall by Lu Ming. Now it was even worse. He had spent a lot of effort to collect the imprints left behind by the strong cultivators of the ancient shrine, but Fang He had taken them all. He had come in vain. Patriarch, what should we do now? Asked the cultivator of the first great supreme god layer. Fang He stole our harvest. I won't let him off so easily. The skinny old man's eyes were ferocious. Patriarch, what do you want to do? Reporting to Fang He, but with our strength, we are no match for Fang He. One of them said, of course we can't do it with our strength, but we have people who can. We can borrow a knife to kill them. The skinny old man said, get someone else to do the dirty work. Whose knife did you borrow? Someone asked. Fang He and the others shouldn't have come into contact with those freaks from the outside world, right? Especially the freak who uses a long staff. The skinny old man said, no, they haven't met since they entered this place. Someone said, good, very good. Find someone to spread false information to Fang He, saying that the person from the outside world who used the long staff had a great harvest and obtained hundreds of insights and imprints. I believe Fang He and the others will be tempted. The skinny old man said with a shrewd look in his eyes. Patriarch is wise. After Fang He knows, he will definitely go and find that person from the outside world who used the long staff. However, although Fang He and the others have more people, they won't be a match for that person. At that time, this subordinate admires you. After the others flattered him, they started to prepare. Lu Ming didn't know that good luck had befallen him. We've almost finished searching this mountain. We can't pass the other 3 mountains, and we can't find the main training ground. How can we increase our harvest? Lu Ming frowned and thought. Although he had obtained hundreds of insights and imprints, how could Lu Ming be satisfied with such a harvest? Those people from the great ancient world. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Hundreds of people had entered the great ancient world. With so many people searching together, they must have obtained a great harvest. It would be great if he could get all of their harvest. As for those first-class celestial soldiers, Lu Ming didn't have any thoughts about them. Most importantly, those first-class celestial soldiers weren't easy to deal with. Moreover, each of them was wearing a first-class celestial soldier armor that could withstand a full blow from a third-layer Emperor God expert. With Lu Ming's strength, even if he used the mysterious ice staff with all his strength, it wouldn't be easy for him to break through their defense. However, those people from the great ancient world didn't have such a defensive treasure. It would be easy to deal with them. Thinking of this, Lu Ming took action. He returned to the mountain where he came from, and then headed towards the mountain where those people from the great ancient world had gone. However, before Lu Ming could reach there, he was surrounded. Asterisk schwa, schwa, schwa. Asterisk a large group of people surrounded Lu Ming. There were about 50 to 60 of them. This group of people was naturally Fang He and the others. They had heard that Lu Ming had hundreds of imprints and comprehensions left behind by the strong cultivators of the ancient divine court. They were extremely excited and had immediately set off to look for Lu Ming. They hadn't thought that they would run into Lu Ming as soon as they returned to the mountain. Without saying anything, they immediately gave the order to surround Lu Ming. Little boy, hand over all the imprints and comprehensions you have. Fang He said coldly and confidently. He was sure that Lu Ming wouldn't dare resist. Lu Ming was just a cultivator of the 8th godly emperor layer. How could he resist against so many people? Wasn't that just courting death? What? Lu Ming was stupefied. He had originally planned to rob those people from the great ancient world. He hadn't thought that they would have his same plan. What a coincidence! Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. Not only was it a coincidence, but it also saved him a lot of effort and gave him a good reason to do so. If he was robbed, the people of the great sorcerer shrine wouldn't say anything when they found out. Little boy, what are you laughing at? Fang He asked coldly. Suddenly, a bunch of treasures came to me. What do you think? Lu Ming asked back. A bunch of treasures came to you? Little boy, what do you mean? Fang He asked coldly. What I mean is very simple. Now, hand over all the comprehensions and imprints you've obtained. Hand them all over to me. Lu Ming said loudly. The crowd quieted down. 50 to 60 pairs of eyes looked at Lu Ming as if he were an idiot. What did Lu Ming say? Was he going to rob them? He was just a piece of trash of the 8th godly emperor layer against 50 to 60 great supreme gods? Haha, many people couldn't help but burst into laughter. Some of them were shaking, some of them were crying. Chapter 41-48. Many people burst into laughter. It was hilarious, wasn't it? A cultivator of the 8th godly emperor layer wanted to rob 50 or 60 great supreme gods, and 4 of them had the strength of the 2nd great supreme god layer. They had never heard of such a thing, let alone seen it in person. How could they not laugh in such a situation? Could it be that this little boy didn't know their cultivation level? Boom! Someone released his chi. The chi of the 1st great supreme god layer moved towards Lu Ming like a tidal wave. He wanted to show Lu Ming how strong they were. But Lu Ming didn't move like a rock. His facial expression didn't change. I'll give you 3 breaths. If you don't hand over the imprints and the insights, you'll have to hand over your lives. 3, said Lu Ming coldly. The crowd stopped laughing. Lu Ming was actually serious. He was actually counting down for them. 2, said Lu Ming. The faces of Fong He and the others turned cold, revealing a trace of killing intent. Little boy, I don't care if you're pretending to be crazy or just stalling for time. I'll show you how strong I am, shouted an old man furiously. His body was like a mountain as he moved towards Lu Ming. A terrifying wave of chi tore the space apart. It was a cultivator of the 1st great supreme god layer. However, Lu Ming didn't care about cultivators of the 1st great supreme god layer. Boom! Lu Ming used the battle character formula to increase his fighting strength by 6 times. His body was filled with dazzling lights, making Lu Ming look like a god of war. He threw a punch. The great godly wind technique, the great shattering technique, and the other ancient secret skills exploded at the same time. A vast and boundless fist energy pierced through the air and moved towards the old man of the 1st great supreme god layer. The other party's attack directly collapsed under Lu Ming's fist force and was directly penetrated. Boom! The old man was pushed back. Lu Ming's fist energy had pierced through his body. Only his head was left on the ground, screaming in fear. What? The others were astonished. Lu Ming had killed a cultivator of the 1st great supreme god layer in 1 strike. How strong was that? I'll give you one more chance. If you don't hand it over, you'll end up like him. Lu Ming coldly shouted. Let's attack together. I don't believe that a cultivator of the 8th godly emperor layer can be that strong, shouted Fong He furiously, releasing the chi of the 2nd great supreme god layer. Apart from Fong He, the other 3 cultivators of the 2nd great supreme god layer also released their chi. The 4 of them were the fastest. They charged towards Lu Ming from 4 different directions. Each of them unleashed a killing move to seal off Lu Ming's escape route. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't have been able to dodge at all. However, Lu Ming had the greater teleportation technique. If he wanted to avoid it, it was very simple. However, Lu Ming had no intention of dodging at all. He was just a cultivator of the 2nd great supreme god layer. Why would he need to dodge? The Bingxian staff had already appeared in Lu Ming's hands. Boundless forbidden energy was crazily pouring into the Bingxian staff. BZZ. The Bingxian staff emitted buzzing sounds as it flew out. A gigantic staff shadow appeared in the sky. It moved in 4 different directions, aiming at the 4 cultivators of the 2nd great supreme god layer. Boom, 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 boom. There were 4 consecutive explosions, and then 4 horrible shrieks. 4 silhouettes were blown away. It was Fong He and the others. The 4 of them were blown away like meteors. The cultivators of the 1st great supreme god layer were also rushing towards Lu Ming. They were ready to attack him after the 4 cultivators of the 2nd great supreme god layer had attacked him. Then they would finish him off. They hadn't thought that the 4 cultivators of the 2nd great supreme god layer would be blown away before they could even reach him. They didn't have time to dodge. Then a large number of cultivators of the 1st great supreme god layer were blown away, coughing up blood. In a short while, At least a dozen people were seriously injured. The rest of the cultivators of the first great supreme god layer weren't blown away, but they were scared out of their wits. They released their strength crazily, not to attack, but to stop themselves from moving forward. Then, they moved back, trying to put some distance between them and Lu Ming. They were terrified. If you want to run away, you'll die first. Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. The next moment, his figure had already appeared in another direction. There were a few people running the fastest in that direction, but Lu Ming directly appeared in front of the few people who were running the fastest and attacked with a mysterious ice rod. Pong! Pong! Those cultivators of the first great supreme god layer exploded and died on the spot. Only a few rings were left, which Lu Ming grabbed. The others didn't dare move. They stopped in the air and looked at Lu Ming in fright. Great teleportation technique. They recognized it. It was one of the top 100 secret techniques of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. Unless they were much stronger than Lu Ming, they couldn't compete with Lu Ming in terms of speed. They couldn't run away. How could they dare run away? I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. One of the old men roared. I'll give it to you too. I'll give it to you too. With one of them having their mental defenses broken, the others were in a much simpler state. They all expressed that they would hand over the insights and imprints left behind by the experts of the archaic divine court. Come one by one. Don't try anything funny. If I find out, you'll die miserably, said Lu Ming coldly. Then, one by one, the celestial thearchs stepped forward obediently and handed over the insights and imprints left behind by the experts of the ancient divine court. Even though treasures were precious, they were more important than their own lives. Lin Feng put them in a ring. He didn't care if there were any duplicates. However, Lu Ming knew that there would be duplicates. After all, some of the treasures were from the same ancient secret technique. However, he didn't have time to distinguish them. It wouldn't be too late to do so later. What about you guys? Finally, Lu Ming looked at the ground. Feng He and the others were still lying there, pretending to be dead. Damn it. Why is this kid so abnormal? No, I heard that this kid has a lot of treasures. Could it be that someone deliberately gave it to me? Did they suffer because of this kid? Did I fall into a trap? Feng He roared in his heart. However, he had lived for a long time and was very meticulous. He quickly thought of something and almost vomited blood. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was that someone deliberately leaked the information to him. The purpose was to kill him with a borrowed knife. He immediately thought of the skinny old man. Damn it, damn it. Feng, he kept roaring in his heart. His face was distorted. Bang! A foot accurately stepped on Feng He's face, causing Feng He's face to be heavily pressed against the ground. This foot naturally belonged to Lu Ming. Chapter 41-49. Lu Ming stepped on Feng He's face with one foot and looked down at him. He said coldly, "Look at your ferocious face. Are you unconvinced and want to take revenge on me? Then I'll have to send you on your way." No, it's a misunderstanding. I'm not unconvinced. Feng He was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly begged for mercy, afraid that Lu Ming would misunderstand him again. "I'm willing to hand over all my insights and imprints," Feng He shouted as he handed his storage ring to Lu Ming. "At least you know what's good for you." Lu Ming waved his hand and took Feng He's storage ring. Feng He was tongue-tied. He wanted to say something, but stopped on second thought. He wailed in his heart. He really wanted to shout, "I just want to give you the insights and imprints left behind by the experts of the Archean Divine Court. I didn't want to give you the entire storage ring. You take the insights and imprints and return the storage ring to me." However, when he saw Lu Ming's cold eyes, he swallowed his words. He really didn't dare to say it. He was afraid that if he opened his mouth, Lu Ming would be annoyed and beat him to death. His heart was bleeding. Lu Ming had already started to collect the insights and imprints of the others. Soon, the insights and imprints of the 50 to 60 people were all collected by Lu Ming. "Let's find the others," Lu Ming muttered. He moved and left to continue looking for the other experts of the Archean Divine Court. Stop right there. Not long after, Lu Ming met a dozen people. Coincidentally, the leader was the skinny old man. "Hand over all your insights and imprints," Lu Ming said coldly. "Young hero, our insights and imprints have been taken away by others." "I can swear on my life origin," the skinny old man said. "They have been taken away by others." Lu Ming frowned. He didn't bother to pay attention to the skinny old man and the others and left directly. As soon as Lu Ming left, the skinny old man immediately revealed a happy expression. "Ha ha! It seems that Fong he has already met this person. Most likely, he won't be able to keep the insights and imprints on him. If I can't get them, you can forget about getting them either." "Ha ha!" The skinny old man laughed heartily, feeling extremely carefree. How would Lu Ming know about these trivial matters? Next, he kept looking for the experts of the great ancient world and made them obediently hand over the insights and imprints left behind by the experts of the primordial divine court. The strongest cultivators of the ancient divine court had the strength of the second great supreme god layer. They couldn't compete with Lu Ming when he used his full strength. In order to survive, they had no choice but to obediently hand over their knowledge and imprints to Lu Ming. After making a big round, Lu Ming had a bountiful harvest, and a satisfied smile hung on his face. On the other side, the same thing was happening in the 3 dojos of the ancient sorcerer divine temple. Yi Yu led the core disciples of the heavenly human tribe and the heavenly palace to suppress the experts of the archaic world and take their insights and imprints. Facing Yi Yu and the others, the experts of the archaic world had no choice but to hand them over. At this moment, Yi Yu suddenly looked up into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. There was a deep rumbling sound in the sky, which startled everyone. Everyone couldn't help but look up. Lu Ming and the others also noticed the strange phenomenon in the sky and looked up. Everyone's pupils shrank. Amidst the haze, they seemed to see a palace appear. Previously, they had looked up into the sky, but it was white and covered by clouds. They couldn't see anything. They hadn't expected to see a palace appear. Could it be the 7th dojo, the main dojo? At that moment, the same thought emerged in everyone's minds. According to the records of the Sorcerer Divine Temple, there were a total of 7 dojos in the Great Ancient Dojo. There were 6 ordinary dojos and 1 main dojo. The ordinary dojos were where the ordinary experts of the archaic divine court went to preach and gain insights. The main dojo was where the most powerful experts of the archaic divine court went to preach and gain insights. It was the true core of the great ancient divine court and was no small matter. They hadn't noticed it before and thought that there was a mistake in the records of the Sorcerer Divine Temple. Now it seemed that the main dojo had been hidden in the sky and had finally appeared. The deep rumbling sound in the sky became more and more obvious, and the appearance of the palace became more and more obvious. It was different from the 6 peaks below them. The one in the sky wasn't a peak, but a real palace. It was a huge palace. Whoosh! At this moment, someone moved. He shot up into the sky and rushed toward the palace in the sky. Once someone moved, the others immediately followed suit, including Lu Ming. Everyone was like a shooting star as they rushed toward the palace in the sky. However, after they flew up for a while, their speed quickly slowed down. The reason for that was because they felt an enormous pressure pressing down on them. The pressure came from the palace in the sky. The closer they got to the palace, the stronger the pressure. At this time, the difference in their cultivations was obvious. Those with lower cultivation and weaker abilities slowed down and fell behind the others. Those with higher cultivation and stronger abilities slowed down a lot, but they were still getting closer to the palace. Lu Ming was one of the people who was getting closer to the palace. Lu Ming's forbidden energy covered his body, and a layer of dazzling light shrouded his body. He activated the archaic secret skill and slashed upward with his palm like a knife. Kaboom! A strong force blasted out and collided with the pressure above. It broke through the pressure, allowing Lu Ming to continue flying upward. However, the closer he got to the palace, the greater the pressure. Behind him, it wasn't as simple as the pressure. Whoosh! Lu Ming felt a bone-piercing chill pouring down from above. It was like a wave rushing toward them. Poof! Poof! The cultivators of the first great supreme god layer of the archaic world coughed up blood and fell down. They weren't able to block the wave of energy. The cultivators of the second great supreme god layer used their full strength to attack. They broke through the wave of energy and continued flying upward. At the same time, Lu Ming realized that not far away, there was a golden light. It was the other first-class celestial soldiers. Those first-class celestial soldiers activated their first-class celestial soldier battle armor to block the wave of energy. Lu Ming also activated his first-class celestial soldier battle armor to block the wave of energy. He continued flying upward. However, the more he flew upward, the stronger the wave of energy became. Behind him, the cultivators of the second great supreme god layer of the archaic world were getting slower and slower. They couldn't stop trembling under the pressure. Poof! After a while, a cultivator of the second great supreme god layer couldn't take it anymore. He coughed up blood and fell down. Chapter 4150. The cultivators of the second great supreme god layer couldn't bear it anymore and started falling down. After the first cultivator of the second great supreme god layer couldn't bear it anymore, the other cultivators of the second great supreme god layer couldn't bear it either. They kept falling down, their bodies covered by a layer of ice. The power that surged down from above was filled with a bone-piercing chill, as if it could freeze everything. At that moment, the first-class celestial soldiers also took out their weapons and started attacking. However, some of the weaker first-class celestial soldiers couldn't bear it anymore. For example, there were first-class celestial soldiers of the 7th and 8th godly emperor layer. There weren't many first-class celestial soldiers at that level. After a while, they couldn't bear it anymore and fell down. It was like sailing against the current. If you didn't advance, you would fall back. The further they went, the fewer people there were. On Lu Ming's side, only Lu Ming and 31st class celestial soldiers were left. Those first-class celestial soldiers all had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer. They were all extremely strong. Only Lu Ming had the strength of the 8th godly emperor layer. On the other side, on the side of the ancient sorcerer shrine, the strong cultivators of the ancient sorcerer shrine had all been eliminated. Only the celestial human clan and the core disciples of the heavenly palace were left. Although they didn't have first-class celestial armors, the armors they wore were no small matter. They had the same effect as first-class celestial armors. They could also block the energy coming from above. Adding on the fact that they were in control of great killing weapons, they were able to continuously charge up an extremely fast speed. Just like that, another moment passed. We're almost there. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. They were already very close to the palace. They could already see the edge of it. Lu Ming used his full strength, wanting to fly up from one side of the palace. The others did the same. All kinds of powerful weapons were fired out, piercing through that power and opening up a path. After a few minutes, they finally reached the top of the palace. It's a public square. As soon as they reached the top of the palace, Lu Ming glanced around. They landed on a gigantic public square made of white jade. However, Lu Ming knew that it wasn't ordinary white jade. Ordinary white jade couldn't have been preserved for so many years. There were many strange statues around the public square. Those statues had different shapes. Some looked like beasts, some looked like humans. In the middle of the public square, there was a flight of stairs leading up to a palace. Other than these, the square stretched as far as the eye could see and was completely empty. There was nothing else. There were no imprints or insights. Imprints and insights. Lu Ming took a step forward and dashed toward the staircase. In the process of dashing out, his expression changed. This was because he could not fly at all here. There was a strong pressure suppressing him from the outside. How could the other first-rate heavenly soldier fall behind? They all rushed towards the staircase. When they got closer, Lu Ming realized that it wasn't a flight of stairs at all. The other three directions of the stairs also had stairs leading up. Bang! Lu Ming stepped on the stairs without any abnormalities. Lu Ming relaxed a little. He had experienced too many different stairs in the past. Many of those stairs were filled with all kinds of tests. Only those with great strength and talent could climb up. Therefore, when he saw the stairs, he subconsciously thought that there was some kind of test. In the end, he realized that he was overthinking. It was just an ordinary flight of stairs. Lu Ming increased his speed and continued to climb. Soon, he reached the end of the stairs. It was a huge platform. The other 31st class heavenly soldiers also climbed up. But as soon as they came up, their expressions changed. That was because a group of people appeared opposite them. They were the dozen or so people from the heavenly human tribe and the core disciples of the heavenly palace. It's them. The expressions of the 31st class heavenly soldiers changed drastically. The other party naturally saw them. Mu Yun. It's that kid. Many cold gazes were directed at Lu Ming. Most of them were from the heavenly human tribe, especially a few of them who had been defeated by Lu Ming and driven away by Lu Ming. All of you, stop right there. A loud shout was heard. Then, a powerful aura locked onto Lu Ming and the others. In a flash, the dozen or so sky prides of the heavenly human tribe and the core disciples of the heavenly palace rushed toward Lu Ming and the others. Very good. Looks like you've joined the Grand Magus Temple. That's just right. Yi nodded, a strange light flashing in her eyes. The 31st class heavenly soldiers were a little confused. They had cooperated with the Grand Magus Temple, while Yi Yu and the others had cooperated with the Ancient Sorcerer Temple. They had thought that Yi Yu would go crazy when he saw them, but he said, "That's just right." What did that mean? We can't go to the other 3 of the 6 ordinary dojos, so we can't get the insights and seals there. But you came from there and brought the insights and seals here. Very good, very good. Now, give me your insights and seals. Then, you can go back the way you came. Yi Yu continued to speak. Her voice was still calm, but it was full of unquestionable authority. The faces of the 31st class heavenly soldiers darkened. They finally understood what Yi Yu meant by "that's just right." It turned out that they had brought the insights and seals of the other 3 dojos. It was very good. Young Master Yi Yu, you're going too far. We entered the great ancient world to find our own opportunities. If you found any opportunities, we would never snatch them from you. But we found them ourselves. You're going too far if you want to take them away like this. Yes, we would never dare to go against you. Since young Master Yi Yu has found this place, we'll leave now. But our previous gains don't conflict with young Master Yi Yu's. The sky prides of the top 10 clans spoke one after another. Nonsense. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to negotiate with us? A cold shout interrupted the first-class heavenly soldiers. It was Yi Er, who had been defeated by Lu Ming and had retreated. That's right. We let you in this time to assist us. You want to take away the opportunities here? How naive. Another sky pride of the heavenly human tribe said. When we came in, the big shots of the heavenly palace didn't say that to us. They said that the opportunities in the great ancient world belong to us. They didn't say that we're here to assist you. A young man shouted. He was from the demon tribe, one of the top 10 clans. Chapter 41:51. Shouted one of the demon kings. The demon clan was hot-tempered. He couldn't take it anymore. If it weren't for the fact that he was from the heavenly human clan, he would have slapped anyone who dared talk to him like that. How dare you disobey us? Yell shouted and stepped out. His body was enveloped by a strange power. Then, he turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards the demon lord's genius, pressing down with his palm. The demon clan's genius expression changed drastically. He shouted furiously, "Don't think I'm afraid of you." At the same time, Demon Chi dashed to the sky and turned into a demon fist. Boom! Their attacks collided, and there was a loud explosion. Then a silhouette was pushed back. It was the demon clan's genius. He coughed up blood. One of his fists had exploded. His entire arm had almost exploded. In the face of Yale, he was completely crushed. That was normal. They were both at the top of the 9th godly emperor layer, but the demon clan's genius could only fight against opponents who were 4 cultivation levels higher than him, while Yale could fight against opponents who were 5 cultivation levels higher than him. The difference between their fighting abilities was too great. So strong. The other first-class celestial soldiers gasped. They knew how strong the demon clan's genius was. He was one of the candidates for the Universe Young Geniuses list. He was extremely strong. Once he broke through to the Great Supreme God layer, he would be able to challenge the Universe Young Geniuses list. Such an existence couldn't even withstand a single strike from Yale when they were at the same level. It was simply too terrifying. Was that the strength of the heavenly human clan? Demon clan? The top 10 clans are slaves to the heavenly human clan. Do you understand? You can act high and mighty in front of other clans, but in front of us, you can only lower your heads. Now kneel down and kowtow to me. If you admit your mistakes, I'll spare your life. Yale's haughty voice rang out. His gaze swept across everyone. Everyone who was swept by his gaze had an extremely ugly expression. At the end of his sentence, Yale's gaze returned to the demon race's prodigy. Don't even think about it, shouted the demon clan's genius furiously. His demon chi enveloped him, and his body swelled up. He looked ferocious. He activated the first-grade celestial soldier armor on his body. At the same time, a pitch-black demonic saber appeared in his hand. This was his killing weapon. If he couldn't fight the other party with his true strength, then he would rely on his great killing weapon and the first-grade celestial soldier battle armor. With the first-grade celestial soldier battle armor, he would be invincible. He didn't believe that Yale's attacks could reach the 3rd Great Supreme God layer. Stubborn fool, you're courting death. Seeing that the prodigy of the demon race still dared to resist, Yi-Er felt that his dignity was being challenged. His face was extremely dark,
obviously wasn't
and
the
cold,
strongest
murderous
person
intent
in the
burst
heavenly
out from his
human
eyes.
race.
A
He
jade
was obviously
talisman
the
appeared
leader
in his
of
hand.
the heavenly human
Upon
race.
seeing this jade
If he wasn't the
talisman,
strongest,
the demon
how
prodigy
strong would the
roared.
strongest person
Forbidden
be?
weapon domain
Even if they attacked
talisman.
together, it would be
After
dangerous.
saying that, since
He
none of you
retreated
have
rapidly,
any objections,
trying to escape.
then hand over the
It's too late to
insights
leave now,
and
said
imprints
Yi-Er
on your
coldly.
body.
As
He
long as
pinched
you hand
the
them over,
forbidden
you
weapon
can leave
domain
safely.
talisman in his
But
hand. As
Yi-Er
Yi-Er
spoke
spoke
until
his
here,
energy
he
spread
looked
out,
at Lu Ming.
enveloping
Cold,
everyone,
killing intent
including the
erupted
demon
from
race's
his
genius.
As he said coldly,
The instant the
as
demon
long as the
race's
other's
genius was
hand over
enveloped
their
by the
insights
forbidden
and
weapon
imprints,
domain,
they can
the
leave.
first-grade
Only you
celestial
can't
soldier
leave.
battle armor.
There's only
on
one
his
outcome
body
for you,
instantly dim,
and that's death.
It shrank and disappeared
just
into his
you, a
body.
loser?
At the same
Lu Ming
time,
smiled
he lost the
faintly.
connection to the
How could it be
great
so
killing
easy to
weapon
kill
in
him?
his hand.
He couldn't use
Yi-Er
it
glared
anymore.
at Lu Ming.
Whoosh.
You guys can play by
Yi-Er
yourselves.
took a step
It
forward
has nothing
and
to do
appeared
with me.
above the
Goodbye.
demon race's genius.
After Lu Ming
he used his
finished
finger
speaking,
as a sword,
he turned
and
around
slashed
and
down.
left. This
On the
sword
right
was
side of the
extremely
platform,
powerful.
there was a wide
and filled
staircase
with
that went
murderous
all the way
intent.
up.
Above
It
that
was
was
extremely
palace.
terrifying.
Lu Ming
The
walked
demon
towards
race's
the staircase.
genius roared.
This scene
and
caused
used
the
all his
faces
strength
of all the
to block
heavenly
it.
human race
However,
to turn
in the
gloom.
divine emperor realm,
Lu Ming
a
actually dared
difference
to
of
ignore them.
one great
This was simply
supreme god layer
disgraceful.
was huge.
Want to leave?
It could be easily
Stay here.
killed.
A
Poof.
burly heavenly
Blood
human
splattered
race's genius
everywhere
bellowed
as a head
His
flew
figure was like a
off.
gust of
It was the
wind
head
as
of the
he
demon
pounced
race's
towards Lu Ming.
genius.
His
Yi-Er
claws
was
were like
holding it in
hooks,
his hand,
grabbing towards
Spare me.
Lu Ming's head.
Spare me.
As his
I know I was
claws
wrong.
swiped past,
The demon race's
the space was like a
genius
piece
wasn't
of paper
dead
that
yet.
had decayed
His
for
soul was
thousands
still
of
there.
years.
In the face
turning
of death,
into ashes.
the demon race's
terrifying
genius
strength.
was finally afraid.
The moment an expert
he screamed
made
in
a move,
fear and started
one would know
begging
if he
for
was
mercy.
strong or not.
I said,
The moment
it's too
this
late
heavenly
to beg
human
for
race's
mercy now.
genius made a move,
Said Yi-Er coldly
he
as he
displayed
exerted force with
terrifying
his
combat
hand.
strength.
With a loud bang,
Everyone felt
the
that
sky
this
pride of the
person's
demon
combat
race's
strength
head
was
exploded.
stronger
Naturally,
than Yi-Er's.
the soul
You're tuning
inside
into the eternal
dissipated
Immortal
into
Ballad
thin
YouTube
air.
channel.
A top
Don't
monster
forget to
who
subscribe
had a chance of
and
entering
join
the
us on
Universe
this journey
Prodigy list
to catch
in
the
future
most
was
captivating
killed just
stories.
like that.
At the scene, the other first-class celestial soldiers' faces were extremely ugly. They felt very aggrieved. Yes, aggrieved.